Hey everyone, how are y'all? Susan S., how are you? And Simple Butterfly, I saw your message about the email. I'm actually going to check it right now. Thank you. Mar, happy birthday. So, if y'all would, everybody, please wish Mar's house a happy birthday. Hmm. So, February the 27th, the Pennsylvania warrant should be unsealed. That's a good thing. Let's see. And yes, Mar, I'm doing good, honey. Thank you. Crumb Crazy, how are you and White Widow Baby doing? Hey B, how are you? Hey Michelle, hey Shills, a laughing stock, how are you? Hey Vapor, how are you? And yes, B, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey Gigi. Okay, you sent me a News Nation one. I saw the one. Let me go back and check. I seen the one about Fox News. I haven't got the News Nation one yet though, but I am waiting for them to put one out. The News Nation one, I have. I actually have it up and ready to retail tonight. Hey, Justine, how are you? Gigi, oh, honey, I'm sorry to hear that you're at the hospital. I hope everything's okay. Teresa Smith, how are you? Okay, just making sure I haven't missed anyone. Hey, Miss Honeypenny, how are you? Lawnmower Man, how are you tonight? Didn't Evan Lambert he got let out, didn't he? Hey Tammy, how are you? Let's see, a wilder couple of days with the neighbor guy Enon Harsh on some other. Oh, I didn't know he'd been on some other channels. Hey Kelly, how are you? Yeah, I've been sitting in town all day today with my mother-in-law, so I haven't been able to really catch up on a whole lot. Werewolf Queen, how are you? Hey Zans, how are you? Hey Emerald Queen. White Widow Baby. I sit in the truck for 3 hours while this woman was in the grocery store. 3 hours. It wasn't fun at all. Hey Skater Boy, how are you? There's a new video. Someone said their girlfriend is friends about the knee. Oh, Zans, you're talking about the guy that came out and his girlfriend is like it was in Dylan's inner circle or her inner circle. That guy actually came out. Mm, a month ago, I would say. I want to say right after the PCA came out. Hey Sarah, how are you? And I don't know if he, I don't know if he's too credible or not. Should have brought a laptop. Yeah, I don't go in the grocery store with her. I can't do it. Just about 3 weeks ago, yeah. Yeah, I remember him coming out and he was telling a story saying that Dylan didn't have PTSD and all this and that. And hey, Valerie, how are you? I just don't know if he's, I just don't know if he's credible. And what's vetted mean? Cheryl, vetted means like if someone sends you information or um, a source comes to you and tells you stuff, you verify the information first. Hey, Dreamcatcher, how are you? He sounds like Enon Harsh. Obsessed for Disneyland, how are you? Hey, Emery, how are you? What if Bryan was to just organizer, the Oz ears and actual killer? I don't know. Some people think that Bryan may be the accomplice. Hey, Stonegator, how are you? Kalos is the News Nation article is about Dylan. The ones. Okay, let me see here. Let's see. Actually, I got a surviving Idaho roommate yelled at roommates to quiet down. Okay, that's on Banfield. And then there was another one. Let me pull this one up real quick and see what this one is. Oh, this is just the article. Yeah, I'll probably just do the video so I don't have to read because I do have some other stuff to read tonight. And it's that time of year where it's hot during the day here and it's cold at night, and my sinuses are killing me. Dreamcatcher, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey Molly, how are you? So I just read another chat that there's a video of Dylan's friend saying what happened to Dylan. Yeah, this guy came out um, probably close to a month ago. That guy did, and I forgot where it was. I heard it the first time. I like what channel had it out. Um, what all he had said. I just don't know if I find him credible, honestly. I mean, he could be telling the complete truth, but I don't know. Mar, have they said how long you're going to have to stay in there? Stonegator, I would have to find the audio to it. Like I said, I don't remember who it was that played it. I just know it came out. It was after the PCA came out because they were talking about that the guy was saying that Dylan, uh, some of the stuff that the FBI is saying that she said that she really didn't say. Oh, you got to stay in there for a few more weeks. Oh, wow. Yeah, I was so on Bryan as a killer till I saw him in court and his body language and expression. I can't feel the same way. Emery, if that's your opinion, that's perfectly fine. I know there was some other people in here that, has said from the beginning that they didn't think uh, that Bryan did it. Hey, Brad, how are you? And just catching back up here. B, you can send it to me. And like I said, I forgot who it is that posted it, but I mean, you can go ahead and send it to me if it has the original poster's name on it, and I can send them a message and ask if it's okay if I play it before I do play it. Because some people, even if you give them credit, they still don't like it if you play their stuff. Sarah M., how are you? Sleepy G just broke it all down on her Twitter post. If you want bullet points, Sarah, she broke what down? Hey, Lynn, how are you? See, he sent a new statement that quote, since Dylan was the only one who survived. Yeah, because I mean, Bethany lived there. I still am not quite sure if Bethany was home that night, but if she was there that night, then yeah, she survived. So Dylan wouldn't be the only one. Hey, Red Bull, how are you? Bryan did it or helped in any way. That's still crazy. Yes. Okay, I need to find out. Okay, let me catch up here. I heard DM yelled at her roommates. I remember hearing that like in the very beginning, but I can't remember if it was said that Dylan opened up the bedroom door and hollered for him to be quiet because she thought it was like a group of people. This is when we thought Dylan was still on the first floor. There was like a lot of noise going on upstairs, and uh, it woke her up or whatever. And so she opened up her bedroom door and yelled upstairs and told them all to be quiet. Oh, Werewolf Queen, thank you so much for the super chat. And she says, put this towards some supplies for your channel. I will do that because I've got to go buy new notebooks tomorrow. Hey, headphones. So thank you for that, Werewolf Queen. Okay, B, let me check it real quick. Make sure that I got it. Hold on one second, y'all. Oh my gosh. And somebody sent me an email about how to turn the autocorrect off on my phone. I forgot who it was, but it didn't work. So now I've got to figure it out. Okay. All right, B, let me get to my other email. Okay, it's the one Dylan. Silence, close friend reveals. Yes, I got it, B. Thank you. And Tammy, I don't understand that. If they're saying that she called all the girls in the house and she didn't get an answer, well, make another phone call, call 911. Murray Morris, how are you? See, I think as a group of college kids, I believe the roommates did get used to loud noises and the girls were probably irritated. That's normal. I mean, yeah, if you wake me up, I'd be irritated. I completely get that. Hey, Lights, how are you? But if she really did see this guy walking through her house at 4 something in the morning with a mask on, and it scared her so bad that she was in shock, and she went back in her room and locked her door, and whether she heard screams and crying or she just heard someone's here, it's okay, I'm gonna help you, hey GD, how are you, and heard crying coming from Xana's room. At that point she didn't even know that what had taken place. But if he scared her so bad walking by her that she was frozen in shock and locked herself in her room, that should have told her right then and there, call 911. Just Ann, thank you so much for the super chat. And she says pens to write on notebooks. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. Exactly, Mar. It says she called all the roommates and she didn't even get an answer. And News Nation says she wasn't scared at all. She thought someone was partying. I don't know, y'all. This is just crazy how I don't get it. And I've still got notes wrote down from like 3 nights ago that I was going to talk about, and I never got an, a chance to talk about regarding Dylan and Bethany because the timelines are not adding up with them two, or not with Bethany anyway. So, how did she not hear Xana screaming? That's a good question, Lawnmower Man. That's probably another $1 million question. Hey, Bryan, how are you? The $1 million question is, why didn't you call 911 if you heard all that? You know, another one is, did you really hear him screaming and crying and all that? Blues hockey fan, how are you? Stone Gator, thank you so much for the super chat. And she said, well, here's two more for something else. Thank you, honey. Hey, Delene, how are you? Okay, there was somebody else I seen come in and said, hi. King Scarlet, how are you? I knew I'd seen someone else say hello. Bryan, I haven't got to see the creepy neighbor stuff going on today. Someone called News Nation. Ashley Banfield talked about it. It's out so people can watch it. Okay, yeah, I'm going to go through News Nation here in a minute after I get done with this article. Headphones. I have a Motorola cell phone. And I forgot who it was that sent me the email, though, but they were telling me they had a Samsung phone, but they were telling me how they cut it off on theirs. And so I tried that and it didn't work. Okay, do we know she called the roommates? Let's see, we will find out in a few months, I guess, that we'll have her phone records. We don't know for a fact that she called the roommates. Um, the person, I don't know Ethan's sister-in-law's name, but she's the one that came out saying, hey, Sweet Pickles, how are you? She's the one that came out saying that um, Dylan heard screaming and that she called all the girls' cell phones, but nobody answered. Now, I don't know if that included Bethany or not, or if it was just Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee. Y'all, Sweet Pickles just came right on up into chat with the right name and and everything. And yeah, even if she would have called 911 when she saw this guy walking through her house, um, I know it wouldn't have saved any of their lives. Um, and I even said that, when this all first came out and people started questioning why she didn't call. But I do think that if she would have called that night, I do believe that they may have called him sooner. Latasha Evans, how are you? And hey, Crime and Crochet, how are you? Somebody just asked about the News Nation guy that got arrested. Evan, is it Evan Lambert? I just saw his name in chat. I think his first name is Evan. I do know that he got arrested. A lot of people are upset about it. I don't know exactly what went on, but what's going around that went on was that he was doing a live coverage while I believe it was a mayor that was speaking, and somebody asked him to cut it off, security or whatever, and they literally like threw him to the ground and cuffed him, and he went to jail. Hey Ray, how are you? Okay, let me see if anybody else has come in. The Rockaways, how are you? All right, y'all. Okay, if you can survive a shark attack in the open ocean, you can prompt care and a tourniquet. Tracy, hey, how are you? Yeah, I just don't know if it would have. I mean, I think by the time he left out of the house, I'm sure they were already gone. Um, but I still think it would have caught him faster. Either him or if there's somebody else with him, I think it would have been a quicker thing. So I believe Jared has been in jail since January the 5th. Oh, so he didn't get out when he got arrested the last time. I didn't know that. I figured he got arrested and then he bonded out. All right, y'all. Let me grab this article real quick that's talking about this new document. It's a new affidavit that Prosecutor Bill Thompson has done. He did it, actually, he filed it yesterday. Um, some people are saying it's done in a secretive proceedings. Even Fox News is saying that, but I don't know if they know that the website that they put it on, like all the links to each one of the court documents. Some people may not know that that website is only updated every Friday, and more than likely that's the reason why it's not on there. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it will be on there tomorrow. Let me grab it real quick. And I do also have the website that shows where it was done on February the 8th and all that. Can you keep up with the craziness of the case? It boggles my mind. I wish the preliminary hearing was sooner. Blues hockey fan, I do too. I'm a very impatient person, and I really can't hardly wait. Okay, so this one is from Fox News. And it says Bryan Kohberger, prosecutor, files new document in secretive proceedings. Like I said, hopefully they will be. Um, it will be on the website tomorrow. All right, let me go down. Has anyone been following Nicola Bully? Ray, I have been reading into the Nicola Bully case. I watched a little bit of Lindsay Clancy's court date the other day when she was in the hospital. Um, I heard what happened to those babies. Hey, American Princess, how are you? And when I heard what she did to them and how she did it and what she used, I had to cut it off. I couldn't listen to it anymore. I have been looking into Nicola Bully stuff. I do think that it's very weird how she went on a usual walk. Now, I do get, you know, possibly she could have fell in the water, but when they're saying that the police divers have dived that water, that river, 2 times, and then this expert dive company comes in and he says, if she's in the water, I will find her. I guarantee you that. And then he comes out after searching it thoroughly and says, she's not in the water. I think there is uh, a third party involved. I kind of have to go with him. Maybe someone abducted her. Maybe she left. There is a spot that she could have got out of the fields where the CCTV was not working. And I did, and this is just my opinion. Hey, Tree Baby, how are you? And this is just my opinion on it. And I'm probably going to cover her case more also as I read more about it. But I did a video at like 3 o'clock this morning on it, y'all. The video's not top notch, but I did get one worked out. I was up to like 5 o'clock editing the dang thing. But in the article that I read on the video, it talks about how her partner, I don't believe her and the guy were married, but her partner had went a few days ago to the place where she went missing, to where the bench is. They found her phone, found the dog, and all that. And it mentions that a friend of hers went with him to that place. Now, me personally, if I go missing and Troll goes to the place where I'm missing from, I don't want any of my female friends going there with him. But that's just me. Bryan, I wish I could be in bed right now. Honestly. Thank you, Stone Gator. Yeah, there was like, I had to clip or trim some of the first part of the video and then some of the end of the video, and it took me forever. King Scarlet, yes, I did one early this morning on Nicola. I did one day before yesterday on Gabby with the picture that she took of her face. Mom Bear, how are you? If anything ever happens to my son, first I would suffer for a living. Second, I would never talk to the media. Third, social media people will fill the void with their retardedness. Do we know if the fans only model case will be televised? I can't remember her name, but she Blues hockey fan. I don't know if her case will be or not. I haven't checked it out. I haven't followed it at all. I've seen stuff about it on the news, but that's about it. Hey, Philly Maniac, how are you? All right, so let me get through this article real quick because this is talking about the court documents that the prosecutor has filed. So it says the Idaho prosecutor handling the murder case against student stabbing suspect Bryan Kohberger has filed new documents Wednesday in the Latah County Magistrate Court. Court information in the case, which has been removed from the Idaho's online portal for unspecified security concerns, is updated daily in a PDF document posted to the state's website instead. Now, it's only updated on Fridays. They all are in PDF form, but it's only done on Fridays. Happy Cactus, how are you? So the file shows that the court received a new affidavit from Latah prosecuting attorney Bill Thompson and a court memo on Wednesday. The filings themselves have not been seen by the public. Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32, which governs court records, gives the courts 3 days to release non-exempt documents upon request. So the court also posts documents to its website once a week on Friday. The new filings come days after an attorney for one of the victims' families appealed to the court's gag order, which has stifled public comment on the case from the prosecution, the defense, investigators, and other officials, and was amended last month to also restrict attorneys for the victims, witnesses, and their families. Shannon Gray, the attorney for 21-year-old Kaylee Gonzalez's parents, called the non-dissemination order overbroad and vague and unconstitutional in a court filing last week. As attorney for one of the victims' family, I am allowed to relay to the media any of the opinions, views, or statements of those family members regarding any part of the case, as they are allowed to speak about the case under the First Amendment, he wrote. And this whole court thing, I know that the memorandum that is in there as well does mention the non-dissemination order. So this whole affidavit may have something to do with that. I'm sure it does. But I know a lot of people were speculating, hey, RVing, how are you? A lot of people were speculating, okay, Mar, that's fine, honey. Could it have something to do with the gag order? Could it have something to do with the whole conflict of interest thing? I even thought maybe it's a probable cause affidavit and there's going to be another arrest. So I even went and looked at the jail roster to see if anybody was new in there or, Bryan's still sitting in there. It's literally 11 inmates that they have in their jail. So it says Kohberger is accused of killing Gonzalez and 3 University of Idaho students in the early morning hours of November the 13th, ambushing them with a knife as some slept in the 6-bedroom house on King Road just steps off campus. The other victims were 20-year-old girlfriend and boyfriend Ethan and Xana and 21-year-old Madison Mogan. Hey, Gregory, how are you? Hey, Musical. Oh my gosh, it skipped down too far. Hold on, y'all. Okay, so 2 other roommates were not attacked, including one who told police that she witnessed a masked intruder with bushy eyebrows leaving out the back door. I still can't get over the bushy eyebrow thing, y'all. Like, every time I read it, I want to laugh. Gregory, I'm doing good. How are you? All right, so if y'all haven't done so while I'm reading this, can y'all jump over and hit the thumbs up, please? So Kohberger had stalked the home at least a dozen times beforehand, according to a probable cause affidavit that had revealed most of the publicly known details about the investigation. Then, hours after the murders, he allegedly revisited the scene before taking a lengthy drive down to the Lewis Clark Valley. Kohberger is being held without bond on 4 counts of first-degree murder and a felony burglary charge, and his preliminary hearing is scheduled for June the 26th. And it cannot come quick enough, y'all. Lawnmower Man, the Lewis Clark Valley, that's, I believe, down in Lewiston, where the Albertsons and all that is. Thank you, Turquoise, and how are you? Every time I hear, like, she sees the bushy eyebrows, there's no hair color, nothing like that, just the bushy eyebrows. Lisa B., how are you? So I had sepsis in my finger. So hopefully, like I said, it will be out tomorrow, the documents. Yorkie Mama, how are you? Um, Thank you, Brad. And we will get to read them. If they're on there tomorrow, I will have them up and ready tomorrow night. I know it's not like a funny situation. It's just the whole eyebrow thing or whatever. Sifa, thank you for joining the uh, becoming a member and welcome to the family. It's just, I don't know what it is about how they always put quotes around bushy eyebrows. Okay, let me grab this other thing. And I'm going to show y'all the website that has all this information on it. Let's see, here we go. All right. Because we were thinking about, I just, like, I don't want to laugh, Turquoise, but at this point, like, we know the girls saw the bushy eyebrows. You know what I'm saying? H Town's finest, how are you? I can hear now. I'm going to go back to the beginning to hear what I missed. Okay, H Town, no problem. Okay, so let me find it and zoom in so everybody can see it. Oh shit, I think that's too much. Okay, can y'all read that okay? And this is on the last page, and it's just where y'all can see 2/8/2023. So it says the affidavit of Latah County Prosecutor William W. Thompson Jr. And then also on February the 8th was the memorandum of points and authorities relating to the non-dissemination order. So, hey, Deetra, I'm sure that's what the whole affidavit is about. I don't know what else it could be. It'd be interesting if it's about something else and he just had the memorandum about the whole non-dissemination order. I don't know. So we'll have to see uh, tomorrow. Hopefully, it's not a whole secretive thing and it will be on their website tomorrow. Okay, yeah, Emerald Queen is just not the last thing that's on there. The last thing they already have it scheduled for the preliminary hearing at 9 o'clock on the 26th. They actually have it scheduled from June 26th to June 30th. But it's the two things right above it. Pian Dizzy, how are you? Okay, she also said 5'10", which who confuses 5'10" and 6 foot. I don't know. We'll have to see when all this comes out. I just know it's going to be very interesting. All right, let me see what. Oh, did y'all hear about the little incident that happened in Pullman? And let me grab my screenshots because y'all, there is something going on in Pullman. There's something going on in Moscow other than the murders. Like somebody calls the Moscow Police Department, and I'm gonna pull that up first while I have it here, and tells them that they're gonna shoot up the Moscow high school. It's crazy. Like just all this crazy shit going on up there, y'all. Let me get this pulled up. Like this people think that it's okay to call in and say you're going to shoot up a school. B, it's like crazy out there. I'm beginning to wonder like which is worse, Truckee or the Pullman Moscow area. Black SUV. Yes, Tammy, I have the screenshots where she posted what had happened, warning people around there to be safe and all that, and then Pullman Police Department actually responded about what she had posted. All right, so it says chilling threat to shoot up Moscow, Idaho high school leads to lockdown less than 2 miles from the murder scene. I mean, people just think that this is just fun stuff to do, I guess. I don't understand it. Happy Cactus, no. I didn't go live last night because I was working on a video. And then today I ain't been home. The other night when you gave them to me, I literally, like, after I ended the live, I went to sleep. But I do have them in an email to look more into. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay. All right, so it says police are investigating a chilling threat made to shoot up a high school in Moscow, Idaho, where residents are still reeling for the quadruple murder of the 4 university students. The unidentified male caller phoned Moscow Police Department at about 9:50 a.m. Wednesday and said that he was armed and that he was going to shoot at the school. That is coming from Captain Anthony Dollinger, which I do believe he was one of the officers that was involved with the Idaho 4 stuff. So let's see, where am I at? Here we go. So deputies from the Latah County Sheriff's Office were immediately mobilized to Moscow High School, where police dispatchers were still communicating with a caller. Like he calls and tells them what he's going to do, and then he stays on the phone with the dispatch. Part of the high school was placed on lockdown, and parents were alerted via text and email blasts. A Dollinger says students at other schools were evacuated while law enforcement searched the entire building. Why would they evacuate other schools, but not the school that was being threatened? So it says once the building was deemed safe, students were allowed to resume the school day. This certainly raised a level of concern very quickly for the school district and parents of students in the school. I don't know if the larger community are aware of what happened at the moment, but once the word gets out, I'm sure that it's going to sting a little bit, especially after all that we've been through lately. He added preliminary investigation showed the call was made outside of Moscow, but declined to release further information due to an ongoing investigation. Okay, let's get past all the pictures here. So Dollinger said if called, the suspect could face a misdemeanor charge of threatening violence on school grounds with firearms or other dangerous weapons, and is absolutely a jailable offense. We're only a 6-mile square town, so it's not very big, y'all. So we want to let the community know that we're doing everything that we can to find out who did this, and also bring them to justice for calling in a threat like this. You can't go around calling in a threat like that. It's crazy ass people out there, y'all. See, because he said he was going to shoot at the school, and they don't want to give him targets. Well, I guess that makes sense, Vapor. But why, evacuate the other schools? Because he very easily could have said he was going to that school, so they don't evacuate, which I get what you're saying. Does make sense. But he very easily could have went to one of the other schools. I don't, yeah. I don't, there's, I don't want to say anything about bad about all the people from Moscow. Because I don't believe that all of them are bad. But there's some crazy people from up there, y'all. Seriously. So it says Moscow High is less than 2 miles away from the rental home where the 4 University of Idaho students, Kaylee, Maddie, Zan, and her boyfriend Ethan, were stabbed to death on November 13th. The other 2 female roommates, Dylan and Bethany, were also in the house during the killings, but survived the craze and knife attack. Their alleged killer, Bryan Kohberger, remains in Latah County Jail in Moscow as he awaits his next court appearance in June. Meanwhile, it emerged Wednesday that Kohberger was fired from his position as a teaching assistant at Washington State University a month after the murders took place. And I actually have another thing, a screenshot, where someone had sent a message to WSU, and they posted the response from the school. So I'm going to show y'all that as well. Okay. Okay, and it just says real quick that News Nation reported that Kohberger had a number of run-ins with the faculty staff at WSU, where he was studying for his PhD in criminology while working as a teaching assistant with younger students. And according to the channel, Kohberger had an altercation with a professor in September and was reprimanded for his attitude towards women, with it being noted that he was rude to them and treated them differently to men. Kohberger was then fired on December the 19th, a few days before he drove home to Pennsylvania for the holidays. So, while all that craziness was going on, okay, 1 second, y'all. I need to respond to something. Okay. Stevie, how are you? Feels like a Stephen King novel. It's just a lot of crazy stuff up there. You would think with these 4 kids getting murdered, like, you know, nothing else would be going on. But I guess not. Okay, so let me go and grab these screenshots real quick. Let's see. 3 guys with him. Wait, what is Bryan talking about? Was arrested. Oh, he's talking about something else. Okay, y'all. Women's and Mexican cartels have infiltrated every area of the U.S. for a long time. Okay. Let me get these pulled up. This is going to be the response from WSU about. Now, she didn't post what she sent to the college. Hey, Tonka, how are you? But this was their response back. And it just says, and if y'all, can everybody see this okay? If not, I can try to zoom it in a little bit more. Okay, it should be good right there. So their response back, and the blue line at the top is, Tonka, I'm doing good, thank you. The blue line at the top was the girl's name. Um, so I marked her name out. So it says Bryan Kohberger received an appointment as a teaching assistant at Washington State University during the fall 2022 semester. It is typical for students to receive a teaching assistantship or similar appointment as part of their PhD program. Now, Mr. Kohberger does not currently have a teaching assistantship, and he is not currently enrolled at WSU. Information concerning a student's teaching assistantship is considered a student record. The Federal Family Education Rights and Privacy Act prevents universities from discussing student records. So as a result, I am unable to comment on Mr. Kohberger's experience as a teaching assistant. Would have been nice if they would have been able to give some information, more information on how he acted. Um, you know, what exactly, like, we know, was it he made sexist remarks towards women and all this and that. Um, I would have liked to know more, like what went on, just that little bit of time that he was at WSU. All right, and then this here, I'm gonna read this one first because. Okay, so the Pullman police thing, they had just posted on Twitter. We understand that there is some concern surrounding a student post regarding an incident that took place Friday evening. This is about the international PhD student that is at WSU. But I want to read what happened to her, and then I will read the full response from the Pullman PD. Okay. All right. Hopefully y'all can see that okay. I want to keep it from getting too blurry. Okay, so it says, hello, I'm not sure if I can post this here, so take it down if it's not appropriate. My name is Daniela, and I'm a PhD international student. Lovable Mama Bear, how are you? I just want to warn everyone about something that happened to me on Friday night when I was going home. I took the bus home and got to my stop around 6:10 p.m. I was walking to my apartment door when I noticed a black car with no plates and no car logo parked in front of my apartment door. The trunk was open and the car was running. I kept walking to my door, and when I was about to close my apartment door, there was a man behind me, and then he grabbed the door handle. I was able to push with all my body weight against the door to prevent him from coming in. I quickly locked the door, called the police while pushing the door really hard. The police has a full description of this man and the car. The man kept ringing the doorbell multiple times while trying to force the door and knocking on the door. The police came, but the man was gone. The man knew my schedule, where I lived, and that I lived alone. I did not recognize the man at all. I had never seen him before. I'm not in Pullman anymore. I left as soon as I could. I'm very scared of what could have happened to me if this man got me. I just wanted to say this here so that everyone is careful because I have never heard anyone come in behind me, even though that I was fully focused. I do not wish the situation on anyone, so just be careful, please. Thank you, and please be safe. Like, just what, a few weeks ago, WSU had the student that they found deceased. Hey, Big Al, how are you? Um, then they have, I got to come up with a good nickname for Kohberger, so I don't have to keep saying his name. Sparky Bait, I believe is what we were calling him. Hey, Pippi Longstockings, how are you? Um, then we have this incident. There's no telling what else has went on just on the WSU campus. Luckily this girl puts this out and she's able to, warn other people. And I actually have uh, a map that shows where Bryan's apartment buildings were and where her apartment buildings were. They're literally not that far apart. Okay, so let me grab. All right, now this one, and you can see where they responded to it or whatever, but her post is below where they responded. So they were like responding to her post. Um, I don't know if I zoom in anymore. It's probably gonna make it too blurry. But at least she's not in Pullman, and hopefully she's safe. I just hate the fact that she had to leave Pullman if she did leave far enough away that she's not able to, you know, finish out school at WSU. Probably would be safer um, if she was able to move to a different college, because that's just a scary thing, especially if this person, even if she was to move to another part of the college, um, it's a possibility that they could still find her. All right, so Pullman Police Department, they responded and said, we understand that there is some concern surrounding a student post regarding an incident that took place Friday evening. Around 6:14 on Friday, February the 3rd, Pullman police officers responded to a report of a male subject, possibly Asian or Latino, approximately 5'5", wearing a green sweatshirt, who rang the doorbell and attempted to open the female's apartment door. When officers arrived, the subject had already left in what was described a black sedan. Officers responded to the area within minutes, but were unable to locate the subject or the vehicle. They provided extra patrols throughout the evening. If anyone has any information that may assist us in identifying the vehicle or the subject involved in this case, they are encouraged to contact Sergeant Todd Dow, and then the phone number. As always, we encourage community members to remain vigilant about personal safety, be aware of your surroundings, report suspicious people and activities, and call if you need us. Hey, RT, how are you? So, I don't know if they found the guy. This happened February the 3rd. The girl is gone. She left Pullman. More than likely, she won't be coming back. But she was in the PhD program. I don't know what they got going on with their PhD program, but some crazy stuff going on up there. Yeah, Anthony, it said possibly Asian or Latino. Now, the girl did say that when she was walking up to her apartment, she noticed the car. The car was running. It had no plates. It had no decals or stickers on it. And the trunk was open. I don't know where the guy was at. She didn't say if he was, hey, Jessica, how are you? She didn't say if he was in the car or if he just, wherever he was at, just that he basically ran up on her as she was going in her door. thank God she was able to get into her apartments and was able to get the door shut and locked so he wasn't able to get to her. So hopefully they'll be able to catch whoever did this. Like WSU really needs to start cracking down on their students. Let's see, Brian, you're talking about this story here, with with the girl and everything. I would say so. Let's see, which comment, Stone Gators. Sometimes Brian he types so fast that I can't keep up with him. Yeah, snuck up on her even though she was aware. That's what's scary. He was able to just come up on her like that. Oh, I forgot to show y'all. Hold on, let me put this back up real quick. I forgot to show y'all the map. Okay. All right. I need to check something real quick. All right. So, see, I bet if that was my daughter, we would know who did it because he'd be on slab in the mark. Yeah, I get that some people um, don't like certain types of protection, and that's fine if that's what how they feel. Um, I can honestly say though that my kids, like, if they need to protect themselves, they can protect themselves. All right, so here's Bron's apartments down here where he was at, the Steptoe apartments. I don't know if y'all can see it really good, but and then hers was just right over here, literally just not that far from where he was at. Let's see, when we were Cheryl, I mean, whenever I was in high school, well, junior high and high school, I had to walk down to a bus stop by myself. Um, and there was in the neighborhood that I lived in, like I didn't know, but just the kids that I went to school with, and there was all the time people in and out of there, and you know, now that I think back on it, it's like God, somebody just because you don't never know who is who and what they're going to do or what their mindset is or anything like that, and that very well could have happened to any like me or any of the kids that they had to walk to the bus stop by ourselves. All right, so I just wanted to show y'all that how close it was where Brian was at to her apartment. I remember walking to school alone. You can't. Ray, did you really? Hey, Sudie, how are you? And Jessica Lynn, yes, it is completely whacked. Okay, so let me get this out of my way now. Like, little baby, I got your email. All right, y'all. How many likes do we have? And where is the creepy neighbor dude? Where has he been, like, all over YouTube at? Let's see. Sounds like drugs he might have been selling. Bacon, onions. Ew. All right, so y'all, while I'm getting the rest of my stuff pulled up, y'all go hit the thumbs up, please. Mine is showing 106, but I don't know if that's right. So it shows we got 243 people in here. I'm seeing 106 likes. Sometimes quadrical and irrational. Too many freaks, not enough circuses. A lot of crazy shit going on out there. All right, so we got 111. Okay. Thank you, Big Al. Um, they were saying that he's been on some other channels. So I was curious of where all he's been. Yeah, it sounds like the neighborhood drug dealer. You know, King Scarlet, he does have a record for that. Big Al, I call Enon Harsh the creepy neighbor. Let's see you all here. Bryan, we're happy to have you in here with us. Let's see, does anyone know if the hoodie guy came back RVing? I don't know. We haven't heard anything from him either. I mean, it is a possibility he might have gotten an attorney. I don't know that for a fact, but it's a possibility. Hey, Doggone Crazy, how are you? He was a criminal, lived in Pullman, lived next to crime scene. Did he respond and hook up? I think it's kind of funny that not funny, but weird how he just all of a sudden left after he goes on all of these, uh, you know, these different panels, and then he does an interview with, I forgot who it was he did the interview with, and then all of a sudden he was gone. Wonder if he knew Bryan. Yes, he was all over social media, went silent when BK. Yeah, I could see. The last time I heard anything from him or saw anything from him, he said that he was banned on TikTok. That was during the time that he was in San Francisco. He was doing his whole fire stick thing on the sidewalks down there. That's what I was talking about the other night, that he set his hair on fire. And then he made the post about the white Hyundai Elantra. Roger L., how are you? Um, trying to think. I remember seeing a couple of videos that he posted when he was driving. I've seen a lot of people get upset over the white Hyundai Elantra post that he did. And then I don't remember I don't remember seeing anything from him since then. Yeah, I have no idea who is Enon. I haven't seen any updates on weeks after it tried to take me out. Okay, so Enon he's a dude. He lived next door to the girl's house in those two apartment buildings. Not the ones in front, but the ones next door to them. And he literally just kind of came out of the blue, really, and said that he had heard a scream that morning at like 4 o'clock in the morning. But he didn't really think anything about it. He thought it was just, party noise and stuff like that. And he heard it as he was dozing off to sleep. And he said that earlier that morning, he came in from work about 1:30. He did notice in front of the girl's house there was a black luxury SUV, and he said he noticed it because it's a luxury SUV, and that's like he likes luxury cars. Um, and then he goes on to tell that he wandered into his neighbor's house party and talked to Ethan, Xana, and Kaylee, but he didn't mention Maddie. But he did follow Maddie on social media. He also mentioned that whenever he got home about 1:30 that morning, that it was eerily quiet. And he said usually, he's used to the parties and all that goes on and the loud music and all that at the house, but he said that night it was eerily quiet. And then the next morning, he noticed that there wasn't the typical 15 to 20 people out in the backyard at the fire pit. He's very weird. A lot of people started talking about him whenever the interview came out. I called him the creepy neighbor. Just, you know, I'm not gonna. I don't really want to like bash him for, uh, you know, doing the whole fire stick thing because he said that that was his hobby and all this and that. But he is vegan. He does work in Pullman. It's a possibility that him and Bryan might have met up. And then all of a sudden, like he comes out and talks about how he's famous. He literally writes a book on Reddit, which is still bookmarked on my computer, and I still haven't read it. Um, it seems like he had a lot to say, and then he goes quiet, and then all of a sudden he just leaves and drives to San Francisco. Miss Honeypenny, when was the FBI looking for him? Is that during the time that he was in San Francisco? I stealing from the day one think something weird about the DoorDash. I wish we knew for sure if Xana ordered the DoorDash or if someone ordered it for her. Oh, it seems like Roger, they interviewed him when it first happened. And if I remember correctly, he ended up going back and telling them about him hearing the scream around 4 a.m. Because he said to begin with, he didn't really think anything about it, about the scream. He was dozing off, going to sleep. He heard the scream. He thought it was just, partying coming from over there. So he didn't think anything about it. And then, as more stuff was coming out about what happened over there, that's when he comes out and says, he heard the scream. And then, not long after that is when the fake scream video comes out. Let's see. Hold on, let's see. Okay. Okay, did you listen to any other broadcasts tonight? Sudi, no, I haven't. As soon as I got home today, I started, like, I looked up some stuff while I was sitting in the parking lot today, and then was trying to get the rest of my stuff together for tonight. So I haven't really had time to listen to anything else. Okay. I want to grab this video because the other night I had played the King 5 out of Seattle, one of their videos. Um, and I believe they were the ones that was talking about the two counties in Pennsylvania that were going back looking through their cold cases and seeing if Bryan was linked to either one of them. Well, one of their journalists actually went out to Pennsylvania and talked to uh, some people that knew Bryan. Well, one of them actually had classes with him at DeSales University, I believe it was, or Northampton. I can't remember which one, but um, after I get done with this one, I'll jump into the News Nation ones. Okay, was his window open or what? Because if his window was closed, there's no way. King Scarlet, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look how close he was to that end of the apartment building. I do know that the way the apartments buildings sit, there's no way he could see into the back of their backyard to know um, who was in the backyard and who wasn't. Did I see Sleuthy's post? No, Big Al, I haven't. Had a definitely should. Okay, when did she? When did she? It's on Twitter, right? Big Al. 1 hour ago. Okay. Let's see. The very particular of what we left out from the anonymous source who spoke with Dylan. Is that the one you're talking about? It looks like a time. Is this a timeline? Let's see. Oh, this is about the dude that his girlfriend is in the inner circle with Dylan. Okay. I'll have to go back and read that once I'm done tonight. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay. Now I gotta pull this video up. Like I said, one of the guys, um, well, there's actually two in here that he talks to. I know that one had classes with Bryan, was actually in a had an assignment, like a group assignment that they had to do, and one of the guys that's talking to the journalist um, was in the group with Bryan, and Bryan kind of did him wrong. Hey, Jay, look, how are you? All right. Oh, let's see. Wait, Bryan, am I going to do what? Check out the YouTube link too. Oh, I didn't see a YouTube link. I'll have to go back and look at it and look at the link also. All right, y'all, let me get this playing for y'all.
It's a long way away, but this part of eastern Pennsylvania feels a deep connection with the Idaho college murders. That's because the suspect, Bryan Kohberger, spent his teenage years here and most of his adult life before he moved to Washington State last summer. In December, people here were hit by a fact as cold and hard as steel, the once towering industry that fueled this part of Pennsylvania. One of their own was charged in a mass murder 2,500 miles away.
So I looked it up. I typed, Idaho murders, and then like, holy crap, that's Bryan. That's Bryan. I know Bryan. It's wild to me. It's a shock, seeing someone you known on TV.
Jack Bayless met Bryan Kohberger in 8th grade when the two of them ran with a group of boys in this neighborhood near Albrightsville, Pennsylvania.
I want to say he wanted to be a cop since he was younger.
What kind of teenager was he?
He was pretty normal. He was definitely heavier set, and that caused issues in school, apparently.
But in high school, dramatic changes washed over Kohberger, according to several friends, including Bayless.
I believe it was the weight loss first. And I was, I want to say 14 to maybe 16, between there was the big weight loss. I could be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. And then it was the drugs.
How did he get started in drugs?
He got in drugs via an acquaintance of his. It was definitely heroin. It was pretty gnarly.
Bayless doesn't know exactly when Kohberger got clean.
Last I saw him, he was pretty lucid.
But the two reconnected after Kohberger enrolled at DeSales University in Center Valley, right around the corner from Bayless's home. Kohberger's major, criminology.
He's always been kind of fascinated with kind of how the brain works and how people think and why they do what they do.
And so my senior year, I ended up in a biology class, which is where I met and interacted with Bryan Kohberger.
What were your first impressions of the guy?
Bryan seemed normal enough.
But that opinion did not last for Bernard James, a DeSales film student in 2018 when he attended a class with Kohberger.
One of the big parts of that biology class that we were in, we had a group project as a part of our final grade.
With 4 DeSales classmates on the project, Kohberger was chosen as team leader. Not surprising for the student DeSales professor Michelle Bolger called brilliant and one of the best students ever, according to an article in the Daily Mail. Dr. Bolger declined to comment to King 5. But to some classmates at the Christian University, Kohberger seemed more like a know-it-all.
The way that he came across in his speech, you know, kind of person who has to use big words, you know, the one always raising his hand in class.
And what happened then towards the end of this whole thing?
We're approaching the due date, and I was feeling like I was left out to dry.
Bernard James says Kohberger completed the class project without including him, resulting in a failed class in Bernard's final year at DeSales. He confronted Kohberger in the university library.
I remember him being very straight-faced, very like almost emotionless with this. He kind of like a smile on his face. Like there's more to him than it seems. Very intense stare. I remember that. I'll never forget that. Looking right into my soul almost, you know, as we were having this back and forth. Yeah, manipulative, cold.
Was he witnessing an odd personality trait or something more? After Kohberger's arrest, Bernard can't be sure.
I mean, it's not every day you expect to come into contact with someone who's accused of something like that, you know, but I see it in some ways, you know. I see the calculated side of him.
We're talking about 4 vicious stabbings here.
Yeah.
Could your friend have done this?
I hope he didn't do it. You know, I'm a big believer in innocent until proven guilty. So I hope someone I know didn't do that, you know.
Here in Pennsylvania, we've been unable to reach anyone from Kohberger's family. A public defender here who represented him during extradition proceedings has said that Kohberger looks forward to being exonerated in Idaho. In Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, Chris Ingalls, King 5 News.
Okay. Happy Cactus. I seen where you were talking about an incident that happened there. When did that happen? Okay. That was crazy though. I was trying to go back and see if he had made other comments about it, but hey Fern, how are you? Country Sunset, how are you? All right. So yeah, apparently Bryan has, just according to the guy that was in a class with him and had to do the assignment with him, like he's treated people bad for a long time. Oh, 3 nights ago. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're okay. I hate what the person did, but I'm happy to hear that you're okay. Nana, how are you? And Country Sunset, I'm doing good, thank you. Hold on, y'all. I'm just moving some stuff around here real quick. Getting everything out of my inbox that I don't need. All right. So I have... Oh, shoot. Please don't start playing. Hold on. So I know as soon as I bring this up, this is one of the News Nation's videos. Let's see, surviving Idaho roommate yelled at roommates to quiet down. Okay. Big Al, I'm on Brave now. Well, I did post in chat. I would be back. I had to call the cops. Oh, wait. Happy Cactus, you did the other night? I completely missed the comment whenever you said that. I'm sorry. Y'all, Ashley Banfield's on here just to talking, and I ain't even ready to play it yet. Good lord. Okay. Oops, play. You can load specific windows. Yes, but I did not say what was happening. Oh, okay. Well, I'm just happy that, you're okay. All right, y'all. So let's hear what Ashley's got to say about Dylan. Uh, all right, y'all. I don't know why this looks like this. Okay, I've heard that she done that. There's a YouTuber saying his girlfriend is her friend telling what she said. Yeah, Country Sunset. That dude that people are talking about. Okay, Big Al, no problem. Like that dude came out right after the probable cause came out, and was saying all that about Dylan being okay. Y'all, this doesn't look right. Hold on, I'm gonna redo this. About Dylan, about his girlfriend being in Dylan's inner circle, and Dylan didn't really have PTSD and all this different stuff. So I'm wondering why it's getting brought back up. Okay, let me try this again and see if it. Oh, it still don't look right. Okay, I think he's strange. I don't know. I don't know if he's credible or not. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to what he said, um, and just listen to it, really good again. Right? You told us about him a while back. Yeah, it was. Like I said, it was right after the probable cause came back because he was saying that what the FBI was saying that Dylan told them is not what Dylan really told them. And that they threw her under the bus, and that she's still her normal self, and thought that him and his girlfriend were weird because they tried to hug her, and you know all this and that. All right, y'all. Let's see. Hopefully this will start playing because it looks like really funky right now on the screen. I don't know why it looks like this. He said she is upset that she didn't say she froze, that they put stuff in her head. Well, actually, she wouldn't be able to speak right now because she's considered a witness. And if she had an attorney, uh, the attorney would be under the gag order. Which there wasn't a gag order back then, though. When did the gag... Wait, I have to go back and look and see what day the gag order... I don't think the gag order had happened whenever this guy comes out and saying all this. Not for the witnesses and all that, but I have to go back and look. If she had a chance to come out and speak on what they're saying that she said. Okay, y'all, let me play this and see if it's gonna play. And King Scarlet, I didn't think that it was during the time that the guy had said that. So if she didn't really say that, then she should have had her attorney come out and say that, that's not right. That's not what his client had said. Hold on, y'all. I got to get situated again. Okay. All right, y'all. Let's see if this is going to play because right now it looks really messed up on the screen.
Let me tell you, it certainly does give a little bit more perspective as to why she didn't call 911 right away, perhaps.
Okay, no, this isn't right. Hold on, y'all. I don't know why it looks like that. Okay, so the audio was good. It's just, it's not, it shouldn't look like that. Okay, hold on. Give me just a second, y'all. All right. White little baby. Oh, y'all, we got Sybil in here now. So since Sybil is in here, we need to get the likes up. Oh shit, I almost left the studio, y'all. Oh my god, I don't know why it's looking like this, but it shouldn't be looking like this. Hey Sima, how are you? Sweet Melissa, how are you? Okay, if I'm speculating, which I am, she gave her statement to the police after she realized what happened. Imagine she was first awakened by Kaylee playing with her dog. Rule in defense favor. Alright, y'all. Y'all better get those likes up, please. Because we don't want to get Sybil upset. Okay, our initial response to that would probably be annoyance. Okay. Thank you, Sima. Alright, y'all. I don't know why this is playing like this, but it looks really weird. This is irritating the crap out of me. Hold on, let me try something else. My grandson is sleeping in the front room with me and he is having trouble sleeping because of allergies, so he wanted my big TV to bring him to sleep. Oh, country sunset. I hate to hear that he's feeling bad. Okay, give me just a second, y'all. I'm fixing to jump over onto YouTube because I tried to pull that up out of my email, but I don't know why it's looking like that. And it's not wanting to play, it's just wanting to play the audio. Okay. So give me 1 second. Okay. Simple Butterfly, are you still in here? Describe the sheet as being. Oh, Bryan, you're talking about the first affidavit that came out. Hey, Moonvale, how are you? Okay, Simple Butterfly. The video that I had pulled up a second ago, that's the one that you sent to me, right? I don't understand why it's not. Let's see here. We'll sleep for a while. No, wait, go, Granny. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Simple Butterfly. Not sure what's going on with it or why it looks all funky like that. But it shouldn't be looking like that. Okay, so let's try this again. Cut off in the News Nation. Okay, yeah, that's where it was also sent in one of my other. Well, shit, I muted myself by accident. It was sent to one of my other emails, so I'll try to pull it up from there. But like it looks fine until I pull it up on screen. I don't understand why it looks like this. I guess if it's just going to play the audio, we're just going to have to listen to the audio. This is like super weird. Okay, yeah, so let's just listen to the audio. It's right at 2 minutes.
And let me tell you, it certainly does give a little bit more perspective as to why she didn't call 911 right away, perhaps. We're told that Dylan actually mistook the noises that she'd been hearing. Remember, the affidavit said that around 4 a.m., she could hear some noises up on the third floor, thought it was maybe, Kaylee playing with the dog, Murphy. Didn't think a lot more than that. But ultimately, a few moments later, she heard a lot of noises. She opened her door and effectively kind of yelled out to her roommates, calm down, like cut it out, keep it down. You guys are being loud. I'm trying to sleep. It's late. Thinking that there were roommates horsing around, that perhaps all that noise that she was hearing was just them, being boisterous and still in party mode. It was late Saturday night, early Sunday morning. So she then closed her door and went back to bed, but within minutes, perhaps sort of roused again by noise, opens the door again, was going to say something again to the effect of, keep it down already. It's the middle of the night. And that's when she sees the figure coming towards her. Now, this has been a big bone of contention for a lot of people. Why, if you saw some shadowy, terrifying figure walking towards you, would you just close your door and go back to bed and not call the police? And the characterization to the source who spoke directly with her after the murders is that she didn't think there was anything other than just part of the horse, one of the partiers, maybe somebody who was a friend of one of the other roommates that was making all the noise. But it, startled her nonetheless to see a man in the middle of the night, dark, walking towards her. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to...
How did he all of a sudden become a shadowy figure? Can you see bushy eyebrows on a shadowy figure? She yelled out, why didn't he, Bryan, run out scared, get her? So exactly, why didn't he come after her? Therefore, he knew that someone else was in the house, if that's the case. I don't understand how he went from seeing a guy with bushy eyebrows, 6 foot tall, or 5'10" or taller, not muscular but athletic built, to a shadowy figure. I know, Mom Bear. I'll be glad whenever it comes out. Honestly. Once everything starts coming out in court, hopefully it will make sense then. Hopefully. Okay. So in my opinion, hold on, let me grab, turquoise. Oh, I don't want Nightbot. Y'all, chat is not wanting to cooperate. I'm trying to pull turquoises up so I can breed it. My opinion, and just a thought, I think she went out to the floor and looked and yelled down the hall at Xana's room and seen him walking towards her. Then she went in and locked her door. I mean, that would make sense if she happened to walk, like you're saying, walk towards Xana's room to tell him to keep it down. And she sees what's going on. I can completely understand that she would be scared. But it seems like she would have still called 911. Sudi, you're talking about since all this happened? It's been the 13th of this month will be 3 months. But yeah, I mean, I can completely understand if she was scared, if she saw what was going on. And she went, like, hurry up and got back to her room. But then how did she see the bushy eyebrows? That scare people. Exactly, Country Sunset. Bryan, you are very welcome. Um, it seems like if she's seen what happened, she's scared. She knows this guy's in her house. That would, like, it still doesn't answer why she didn't call 911. Yeah, Sudi, it doesn't seem like it's been that long, but yeah, just 3 more days and it'll be 3 months. Yeah, I agree. I would have freaked. Panic attacks. I would have waited for a while, then text or call. Said the killer's still in the home. Didn't hear the phone. Yeah, I mean, even if she would have had to, got under her covers in her bed and called 911. So and whisper, "Hey Woods, how are you?" Checking the door 3 times is a clear sign of not being inebriated. Hopefully, though, that question will be answered, of why she didn't call. I'm pretty sure, like I've said 1,000 times before, they didn't put everything in the PCA. Um, they only put enough in there to get an arrest warrant. So hopefully, a lot more of it'll come out and then it'll all start making sense. And she yelled for them to be quiet. Surely the killer heard her. I would think so. You know, it seems like that would have got his attention. Huda, thank you so much for the super chat. She says, "Hello, LSCC in chat. My opinion only. DM and BF need to come clean with their narratives." Yes. She heard everything because 2 were above her, right? Maddie's room, which is where Kaylee and Maddie were found. Um, Maddie's room is right above Dylan's room. And 2 were next door. It doesn't take 8 hours to call 911. Huda, thank you for that. And that's true. I think that's going to be like, I think if any question that is going to be answered in that court, that's going to be like number 1. Okay, maybe just maybe DM yelling is what got him scared enough to fly out of the home. But it seems like, though, hey Laura, maybe he didn't know where she was at. If she did holler, if that is true, maybe he heard her. Maybe he just didn't know where she was at in the house. And maybe he didn't want to take a chance of trying to, like, look through the house to find her. And so he left. Don't y'all think the cops know what really happened and why? Laura, I hope they do. I hope that they know the actual truth, the complete timeline of, from November the 12th all the way up until the cops arrived the next day. Hopefully. Okay, y'all. I'm trying to keep up with the chat here too. He may not have known, and also maybe not known how many more people in the home had to get out. Yeah, because there's a possibility they could have done call the cops. Maybe woke other people up. Maybe he didn't know that there was other people in the house until they hollered out. Hey Tad, how are you? All right, so Tad says off subject, but very moving in my opinion. Being 26 is autistic, and his only wish for people to tweet happy birthday. Ben is trending in the 20s on Twitter. If you guys can, let's tweet happy birthday, Ben. Okay, so everybody who has Twitter, I put, wait, where did Tad's thing go? Hold on, I'm going to pull it up on screen so everybody can see it. Okay, so everybody who has Twitter, if y'all like to go over and wish Ben a happy birthday. Harsh reality says it's legit or not. He does not know. He shared an audio recorded by a man who says that Dylan's a friend. Yeah, Sima. Okay, so that guy that Harsh played, that audio was actually out several weeks ago. The guy coming out, his girlfriend is like Dylan's in her inner circle. She's really good friends with her. He was saying Dylan don't have PTSD. She's the same person she was. Everything the FBI is saying that she told them is not what she said, and all that. I honestly don't know if he's credible or not. What about the students saying they had a camera and seen a girl running past it? Country Sunset, I do believe that guy finally came out not long after he said about the camera being back there that he was only joking. But I do believe we talked about that a couple weeks ago. Because I was like, if they really did have a camera behind their house, like why? First thing I don't know is why do you have a camera pointed in the back, in the backyard, pointed at a house where there's nothing but girls in it, where that windows are open, doors are not covered, like you can see inside the house at night. Why would you have a camera back there? Okay, I'd never call 911 to a party house when they're likely going to find booze, drugs, and bad decisions. Yeah, but whenever you have this girl who is saying that she was woke up, if it's true, in the probable cause, which they can't lie and put something in there in order to get an arrest warrant. It's saying that she was woke up to begin with. I can completely get being woke up to hearing Kaylee playing with her dog. That might have been true. But then you hear a male's voice say, it's okay, I'm going to help you. And it didn't specify if she said it was Ethan's voice that she heard or this guy in the house. And then she heard crying coming from Xana's room. She opens up her door the third time, and she sees this man walking through her house with a mask on, all in dark clothing. All she noticed was bushy eyebrows. What made her so scared that she was in a frozen state of shock? And she was so scared she had to go in her room and lock the door. If it's a party house and there's always people in and out of there, what was she so scared of? Does Ben have a last name? Tad. I don't know if Tad's still in here. Someone here, I think Kaylee yelled at joking, thinking that JD showed up, surprised her. Just my opinion. I don't know. I don't understand what she was so scared of. Okay, thank you, Tad. All right, so there is Ben's name right there if y'all want to go find him on Twitter and wish him a happy birthday. Okay, another sign of not being drunk is the fact that she was able to ID a stranger. I'm still trying to figure out how you become a shadowy figure. Okay, so now the News Nation article is saying she wasn't scared. Okay, so Sinful Butterfly, the article that you sent me is saying something different. So let me go grab the article real quick. I just would like to know, hey Terry, how are you? I would like to know if I get it's a party house. Several people have said about it being a party house, but what was she so scared of? Hey Carmen, how are you? what made her so scared that after seeing this man and after hearing all this other stuff, I think that would be like another $1 million question I would like to know. Maybe she knows, who does she probably, possibility. Thank you, White Widow Baby. Okay, so. Okay, that neighbor ring cam, heard guys screaming horrified. Well, went Dylan be scared of that scream. If what was said about Xana's hands and the injuries that she had on her hands, I just don't think that Xana got that injury and didn't scream. Okay, Emerald Queen, I got your email, honey, and I will email you back after I'm done here tonight. I don't see her not screaming. Like I said the other night, and somebody in chat even said, get a paper cut and think of how bad that hurts. Hey, Commander, how are you? Okay. Let me grab this article real quick. It's also from News Nation that Sinful Butterfly sent to me. Okay. All right, y'all, give me just 1 second. I do apologize. For some reason, my internet's going slow tonight, y'all. Okay. All right, yep, we don't want that playing. Okay, I'll bet my life on this. At least one of them screamed, if not three. Turquoise, honestly, if they were asleep when the attack happened and they were in their own room, one in each room, I can see maybe attacking them and there not being any noise. But when you have two girls in a bed and you're attacking one of them, more than likely the other one's going to wake up. And they're going to realize what's happening and they're going to start screaming. And like I said, with Xana's injuries that they were saying that she had, I just don't believe that she didn't scream, especially if she was the last one that he attacked and she watched what happened to Ethan. There's defense wounds. They were, millennials, I get that. I was just saying I could understand if they were in a room by themselves. Like Kaylee was in her room, Maddie was in her room by themselves. Guy goes in while they're asleep and they don't wake up and he attacks them while they're asleep. But with Kaylee and Maddie in the same bed together, it's got to be one then two. It can't be both at the same time. More than likely, whoever went first, the second one woke up screaming. So what was going on? Hey, Protected, how are you? And then, like I said, he goes downstairs. He either runs into Ethan, maybe Ethan heard the screaming upstairs. Ethan maybe comes out the door or is going that way for whatever reason, sees a guy maybe coming down the steps, goes back to Xana's room. And, this person catches Ethan in the doorway is what they're saying. And Xana's right there because we already know she's awake. She sees it. You can't tell me this girl was not screaming at her when her boyfriend is getting attacked. And there's this guy that is in her house at 4 something in the morning that she didn't invite. She knows Ethan didn't invite. And he's walking around and he's got this big knife in his hand. And if she did grab the knife like they're saying, and the wounds that she's sustained from that, she's going to scream. Police need to bring DM back in. Yeah. See, screaming is just assumed, though. She may have been too busy fighting him and trying to grab a knife. Okay, so honestly, has anybody in here had a friend who was getting attacked and they tried to help their friend? It's not a quiet process. If that's what Xana was doing, which I can get also, she's not going to just run over there and start hitting this dude and not screaming, "Get off my boyfriend, leave him alone, don't do that." More than likely there's going to be screaming with that too. King Scarlet, they just said that Xana was found on the floor in her room. And they said that Ethan was unalived in her doorway, but they didn't say where in her room he was found. So I don't know if it was in the doorway, if it was behind the door. He could have, if it happened in the doorway, he could have very easily moved him into the bedroom and shut the door. No, P-Fox. There was no pictures of blood in the kitchen. A lot of people thought that was blood that was on the cabinets, but the kitchen is right below Kaylee's room, and it was said that the what looked like blood on the cabinets was actually from the powder that they used whenever they were dusting for prints, and it actually showed. It's either grease stains or something had been spilled on the cabinet, maybe dripped down onto the or on the counter and dripped down onto the cabinet doors or whatever. Okay, y'all, let me read this real quick. And it just says the surviving Idaho roommate thought noise was partying. So, a survivor of the University of Idaho killings allegedly thought that the noises resulted from partying, asked the victims to quiet down, and mistook the killer as a guest, a source exclusively told News Nation. The source spoke directly with surviving roommate Dylan Mortensen, who allegedly yelled about the noise heard during the killings because she mistook it for partying. Mortensen allegedly first heard noises around 4 a.m. She opened her door and yelled, "Calm down, you're being loud, and I'm trying to sleep." She then closed her door and locked it, according to the source. Later in the night, Mortensen heard more loud noises, so she opened her door. She saw the killer walking down the hall, but she wasn't frightened. She assumed that he was a guest of the other roommates there partying, according to the source. So, was it later in the night? Because the affidavit is saying that the fourth time the car was seen was at 4:04 a.m. It goes up to 500 Queen Road and turns around, which is the apartment buildings the creepy neighbor lives in. It turns around. It goes back down towards King Road. Tries to turn around in front of the house. Tries to park in front of the house. Is not able to. Goes down to the corner of King Road and Queen Road, makes a 3-point turn, comes back up, and then allegedly goes and parks. That was at 4:04 a.m. Then Xana at 4:12 is on TikTok, and at 4:17 the camera 50 yards from Xana's room on the neighbor's house picks up the dog barking and what they think it sounds like crying or whimpers. So how much later in the night was it that she opened her door again or heard more loud noises? Hey, James, how are you? Two upstairs could have been quick, and Ethan's crying could have been, well, if there's an attack. Certain wounds could eliminate screaming. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up. So they see who went in the house and who left the house. Yeah, they never do. They never said anything about being able to see who was driving the car or anything. They didn't put in there, which I understand they're not going to put everything in the PCA, but they never said where he parked at or anything like that. Just the car went in the last time at 4:04 a.m. and then came back out the last time at 4:20. And they're saying that that's when the murders happened, between 4:04 and 4:20. So she opens her door and she tells them to be quiet around 4 o'clock. And she thought it was partying and all this and that, and she's trying to sleep. And then later in the night, she opens her door again after hearing more loud noises. Like, what time was that? Okay, so it says the new details slightly contradict initial reports. In the affidavit released in January, police said a roommate heard noises inside the house, opened her door to find a man clad in black clothing and a mask with bushy eyebrows. As the witness stood in a frozen shock phase, the man walked towards the back sliding glass door and she locked herself in her room. She said that she did not recognize him, according to the affidavit. Additional details released last week shed light on how the killings unfolded. Kaylee and Maddie were killed first, and sources confirmed to News Nation that Ethan and Xana were killed on the second floor afterwards. They also said that Chapin was killed in the doorway of Kernodle's room, and Kernodle apparently fought back. She repeatedly grabbed a knife from the suspect, Bryan Kohberger, and she suffered deep cuts to her fingers. Chapin apparently suffered a slash to the neck, according to the sources. In December, Bethany Funk, the other surviving roommate in Mortensen, wrote heartfelt statements about their friends, which a youth pastor read publicly and shared with the world. Mortensen wrote, "I know somewhere Xana and Ethan are together, keeping each other company, watching us and telling us it's okay, and that we have each other." And Maddie and Kaylee, the inseparable duo, the two best friends that were like sisters. Funk said that she wishes she could give each of her roommates one last hug and be able to tell them that she loved them. "You always told me that everything happens for a reason," Funk wrote, "but I have a really hard time trying to understand the reason for this." So it's like now we're getting a completely different story on what happened. So she was too frightened to call police, or not frightened at all because she thought they were another roommates. According to this, and this is saying that it's a source that spoke directly. I'll highlight it right here. The source spoke directly with surviving roommate Dylan Mortensen. Hey, Lori and CJ, how are you? Okay, this story from Zan's. This was actually posted February the 9th. Right here. It was posted February the 9th of 2023 at 10:08 p.m. Central Time, and then it was updated again tonight at 10:38 p.m. Central Time. Okay, the story has been changing since day one. That's why that's what I was saying. See, it matches the details of the story from 3 weeks ago. See, are you talking about the guy that claims that his girlfriend is really good friends with Dylan? Is that the story that you're talking about? Yes, this matches that. Okay. Because I'm curious why all of a sudden this guy's, what he said right after the PCA came out, like, why is it coming back out? Which I get a lot of people didn't hear about it to begin with. Huda, thank you so much for the super chat. And she said we have to follow the affidavit only. Yeah, because they can't lie, in the affidavit in order to get an arrest warrant, because everything that's in the affidavit is going to have to be presented in court. So which would everybody trust? What's in the affidavit or what the source is coming out saying? Personally, don't believe the source. The guy that's coming out saying all this about Dylan and all this and that, I just don't think he's credible, honestly. It's a new app. Wait, where did that comment go? Penny, no, it should be on their website tomorrow. They update their website every Friday. So hopefully it'll be on there tomorrow. Mom Bear says the affidavit is a liar. Wait, Mom Bear, is that what you're saying? That the affidavit is a liar? Hey, baby boob, how are you? But the source is Chronicles of Olivia, the same person who interviewed Jane Doe on Jane Doe 2 in Callie's case. I don't know. I don't know if this is her or not, if this is News Nation's source or not, because this person or this source is saying that they spoke directly with Dylan. Crystal Lynn, how are you? Hey, the post office Prince, how are you? Wait, Brian, what is all my fault? I said I will listen to the affidavit. Oh, okay, Mom Bear, I get what you're saying now. Yeah, this dude that's come out claiming that he knows Dylan and all this and that, I just don't think he's credible, honestly. Okay, Ben is up to 22. Wait, let me... We just gonna go find Ben on Twitter because we're gonna wish Ben a happy birthday. Okay, give me just 1 second, y'all, because I would like to do this while people are wishing him a happy birthday. All right, Tad, put Ben's last name in the chat again, please. Oh, wait, never mind, I got it. So it's the hashtag? Is that what we're doing? Okay. Okay. Oh, wait, that ain't what I want to do. Why is it not letting me... Okay, the post office Prince is someone's birthday? Okay, so I missed a comment if it's your daughter, but if it is, please wish her a happy birthday from all of us. And I'm trying to figure out why it's not allowing me to do... Shit. Why is it not allowing me to do happy birthday Ben thing? Yeah, I'm trying to do this CANHA button. Okay. Autism. I lost my parents. I was 18. I was attacked and bullied, and I lost my confidence. The good news is today, I officially moved into my new home in Scotland, and I want my first wrestling seminar. Okay. Yeah, y'all. I just want to go wish him a happy birthday, and it's not working. But I have to do this because, I mean, y'all know I do have a son who's autistic. Shoot. And this is a really good thing to do. Okay. All right. Okay, Pat. So I just did it for him. Okay. Let me get back off of that and get back into my email. All right, y'all. So I do have another thing. Y'all remember Brittany Hislop, right? The lady who was love struck or love sick, I'm sorry, for Bryan Kohberger. Hey, Michelle, how are you? Well, the psychiatrist wrote Brittany and basically told her she needed to get therapy. Hey, Paige, how are you? Oh, thank you, White Widow Baby, for posting that. And Tad, you're very welcome. Mom Bear, who are you talking about? Okay. She lives in Kentucky, not too far from me. I went and looked at the last 2 years of her Facebook. The post office prints, I did too. And I'm being serious when I say this. I'm not making fun of her. Um, she really does need to get help. She has a son. He's 16. She ended up going and putting books on another guy who was in jail or in prison in Kentucky, where he killed a 50-year-old man and went after the man's wife and daughter with a machete. She goes and visits this guy, puts money on his books, writes letters to him, and I guess she got like super obsessive with him. And the inmate, I think his name is Cody Hall, I believe is his name. He had to tell the prison to block her from coming and seeing him. Like, that's how bad it got. See, her story makes no sense. Why she was frozen in fear when she thought it was a party. Exactly, millennials. I don't understand why she froze in fear. Like, what made her? Was it seeing him in the house and she didn't know him? Because it is a party house. I'm sure there, like I said earlier, there's men and women in that house all the time with parties. They probably didn't even know everybody that was in and out of the house. What made her scared? That she was in a frozen shock and she had to lock herself in her bedroom. Something is missing in her life, and something has caused her to feel like maybe she can only trust guys that's behind bars. Well, Country Sunset, in this article right here, it's by Newsweek. It actually has what the psychiatrist wrote to her. See, I'm telling you, these people that get hung up on these psychopaths desire to be their victim. Oh, Tonka, I hope that's not what she's trying to do, though. I hope she's not like in a place in her life that she wants to be one of these guys' victims. I hope not, anyway. All right, so it says a psychiatrist has penned a letter to a woman who has been writing to Bryan Kohberger, the suspect in the slaying of the University of Idaho students. Brittany J. Hislop, apparently a single mother from Kentucky, has written lengthy posts about her feelings for Kohberger, 28, on Facebook since early January, just days after his arrest. Hey, Satin B, how are you? And Baby Boob, I can't imagine what her son's going through right now. like, this is out. I'm wondering, he's only 16, so he's still in school. I wonder, I hope he's not getting bullied over this, picked on and all that because of stuff that his mama's doing. Yes, Country Sunset. I'm gonna read the whole article. What the doctor said to her and all that, and you're very welcome. All right, so Kohberger is accused of fatally stabbing Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan at a rental home in Moscow, Idaho, in the early hours of November 13th. He has yet to enter a plea to the 4 counts of first-degree murder and the 1 count of felony burglary, but his lawyer in Pennsylvania previously said that he was eager to be exonerated. A preliminary hearing is scheduled for late June. All right, so in her post, Hislop has described feeling lovesick about Kohberger, who she refers to as her love interest and crush. Hislop has also said that she has written numerous letters to Kohberger, but is worried about whether he is receiving them, and she has been contacted for comment. Now, I did hear, not to try to change the subject too much on this, but News Nation yesterday or day before yesterday, I think early yesterday morning, News Nation put a video out about Bryan getting threatening letters in the mail, and the jail, or the Latah County Jail, will not let him have those. That they're actually going to be turned over. Lisa Marie, how are you? I forgot. It's like a high up person in the postal service, but I can't remember the exact name. They said, I want to say postmaster, but I know that's not right. But they're saying that it is, because the mail is federal. They're turning all these letters over to the postal service, and they're going to be able to track back where the letters, the threatening letters, are coming from. But they never made a comment of if he's getting anything from this Brittany lady. That may be at the post office, Prince. It may be postal inspector. I don't know why I want to keep saying the postmaster, but I know that's not right. Okay, no one knows what Dan was going through at the moment. People always say what they're doing in a situation. I like you live this situation. Yes. Okay. All right. So Carol Lieberman is a psychiatrist who co-authored Bad Boys and Why We Love Them, and how to live with them and when to leave them, has urged Hislop to seek therapy in a letter obtained by Newsweek. All right, so this is it. It shows a part of the letter, and then it talks about it, so it'll kind of skip around a little bit. So it says, Dear Brittany, I understand that you've been writing to Bryan Kohberger in jail in Idaho, the man accused of murdering 4 college students. Although some people have put you down for this, mocking you or telling you that it's just plain wrong to do so, you know that he is your one true love and that your love is very real, Lieberman wrote to Hislop. So she continued, you feel he's lonely and sad in jail and that no one understands him like you do. You feel like your letters are helping him survive in there and giving him hope. I know because I've talked to and written about women like you who write guys in jail. Lieberman went on to say that Hislop's feelings for Kohberger may be because both of them feel misunderstood. You want to rescue Bryan. You feel he's been misunderstood all of his life. You know what that feels like because you've been misunderstood too. You've heard that he's been rejected and hurt by girls, and you get that because you've been rejected and hurt by boys, she wrote. The most significant reason for Hislop's feelings, Lieberman said in her letter, is due to her dysfunctional relationship with her father. So she's got daddy issues, according to the psychiatrist. All right, so she says, your dad never made you feel lovable enough, so you grew up feeling like you could never catch a prince, like the ones in fairy tales. But with Bryan, it's different, she wrote. His princely crown may be a little tarnished, and his royal robe may be a little tattered, but you think that he will love you unlike the other princes who rejected or hurt you. Lieberman said that Hislop is hoping that Kohberger will write you back, and then when he gets out, the two of you will go off into the sunset together. You want to believe that he's not guilty. People may tell you that the chances aren't good that he'll get out, but you think that even if he doesn't, you'll move near wherever prison he goes to next and then visit him all the time, the psychiatrist wrote. But she warned Hislop that she may end up heartbroken. Have you ever thought about the fact that he may have other women writing to him too? Other women have fallen in love with him like you, Lieberman asked. You might never know about this until you've wasted years penning for him. She concluded by advising Hislop to get some psychotherapy and work on your feelings of not being lovable enough so that you can find a prince in real life. Lieberman added that if it makes you happy to keep writing to Bryan in the meantime, fine, but with therapy, you'll discover that a man who is already out in the real world will make you even happier, and you deserve it. Michelle, no, this Brittany lady is not one of her patients. Okay. 1 second, y'all. Alright, so Bryan Kohberger's professor who wrote BTK's autobiography, got tons of media, is salivating over Bryan's bio money. I can't stand these stupid. Mom Bear, I bet you, honestly, a book comes out. Cicada, how are you? She has another Facebook page. Yes, I did see that this Brittany lady has another Facebook page, but I haven't got a chance to look through it. She had a previous fixation on JFK. Oh, God. Let's see. Did she send that in a Hallmark card? All right. So I don't know if she'll take the psychiatrist's advice and get help, but she really does need help. Okay, 1 second, y'all. Anna, how are you? Let's see. Jules, how are you tonight? So the article is the same as what this guy says. The PCA is weak. Defense is only going to bury DM on the stand. BK will walk. A lot of people are thinking that there's not enough. Yeah, Stonegator, hold on. I'll throw a link out for you. Okay, and then later on, I do want to pull up the Tulip Valley Farms website. They have actually posted the pictures of the Ethan Smiles tulips and the Forever Sisters tulips. I do remember in one of the things that I read that they were doing, the memorial or whatever it was, and they said something about that they were going to do, something for all of them. Well, they ended up making some tulips for the girls too, and they have them on sale. And they're saying that all of the proceeds are going to go to towards 1 second, Stonegator, I'm gonna bring you up. All of the proceeds are going towards building the gardens at the University of Idaho. And I did post them on my Twitter and on my community page, but I'm gonna go ahead and show it just in case there's some in here that hasn't got to see them. Okay, all right, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. So I know this issue with this woman that's infatuated with Bryan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this letter that you just wrote. I by no means am infatuated with Bryan Kohberger. I have never been interested in any murderers or anything like that. However, I have told you guys that I am a prison wife.
Right.
People like, I don't remember her name, but people like her or exactly what that psychiatrist wrote in that letter. When you read that letter,
Uh-huh.
I was in tears. That letter
Oh.
described me to a T.
Well, I wasn't trying to make you cry.
No, it's okay. I just want, like, everybody's bashing her, but I just want you guys to know that there are people out there that are exactly like that letter says.
Mm-hmm.
And it's exactly why we do it.
So you think
And
that
we're not bad people.
you think that like, because I seen when you mentioned something about the daddy issues in chat, you think that's what it is? Is
Yeah.
she possibly has daddy issues, so she's looking for a man for whatever reason in jail who's done horrible things to people.
You know, you never heard that thing that you usually look for men that are kind of like your fathers, and guys usually look for women that kind of favor their moms. You ever heard that?
Yes.
So it's kind of like if you got no attention as a child, you know, and then you feel like you're not good enough for the real world, you feel unworthy, just like that letter stated, and that's how I feel every day of my life. And I just stopped writing to someone who's in prison in South Dakota, and I really don't know if I'm gonna look, but it all starts out as like just friends, because when my ex was in there, he told me there's so many inmates who are lonely in there and not really there on bad charges, but they have nobody on the outside. And I know I
Right.
did 3.5 years with my ex. You know, he was in prison for 3.5 years that I stayed with him. And I felt bad for these guys because having nobody on the outside, and like I know how my ex was with just me on the outside, you know, and that was crazy. So like if they had you know, a lonely person that just wanted a pen pal, that, you know, I never fell in love with an inmate. I was
Yeah.
always friends with them, but I've never like, I was with my ex before he went to prison. Like I
Mm-hmm.
never met my ex in prison. You know what I mean? But
Right.
exactly what that woman said in that letter is true. It describes me. I'm sorry if people don't like me now that I'm telling my story. I do believe that this woman could, of course, everyone knows she's suffering from mental illness. I do believe because of the situation with, you know, her childhood, she could
Mm-hmm.
possibly have borderline personality like me. Maybe that's part, you know, um, it's the attention, I think, that we get from them that we don't feel we're worthy enough to get on the outside world,
Right.
face to face with people. And of course, you know, they're going to write, they're going to want to call, you know, this and that. And it's like, it's just you at that time. No matter if they're writing anyone else or calling anyone else, you don't know that. So at that moment, it's just you, and you get
Right.
all that attention from him, and you feel special. If that makes sense. But please, she does need help, but
Yeah, she really
she's not
does.
a bad person. I'm not a bad person. And people who are like this in this letter, there are a lot of them. I mean, how some of these people do meet guys in prison, get married, and they get out and they have amazing lives. You know
Right.
what I mean? It doesn't always turn out to be like that. And we're really not bad people. We're human. We
No,
just,
I don't think, which I know you're not a bad person, but I don't think she's a bad person. I honestly, and that's why I said earlier, like I'm not making fun of her and bashing her. She really does need help. Because, like I said, and hopefully, if he's the person truly who did this, he doesn't get out. But what if, for whatever reason, he does, and he's getting this attention from her, and then he ends up showing up at her house? That could be a dangerous situation for her.
It could
And
be, and it could be for her son, but you know what?
right,
We're responsible for what we do,
hmm
no matter what. We're
right,
responsible for whatever we do. So if that's what happens, and that's the end game, is that if he does get out, I mean, it's a possibility. You know what he's in
right,
there for. We're responsible for our own selves and whatever happens to us.
right.
So it would be a sad situation, absolutely, but she's putting herself, in this situation to be a potential victim. So whatever happens is on her. And I'm sorry to say, but when I was with my ex for 8 years and he beat the shit out of me for the whole time, everything that I had done to me, I didn't deserve, but I stayed with him. So, I just went along with it or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I never called the cops on him or anything.
Well, you don't need to be in a situation like that either.
I
And you're grown, and you can do what you want, but at the same time, just advice. You don't need to be in a situation like that.
I've been away from him for a year this month, so I'm doing good. But
Okay.
I just wanted to come up here because I know a lot of people are talking bad about her. I understand she says she's in love with a murderer.
Mhm.
That part might not be too cool, but the fact of, people talking about inmates in general, they're
Mhm.
not all in there for really bad reasons. And hold on, Penelope. And yeah, we're not bad people. We're really
Right.
not. And that letter, when you was reading that letter, I was like, I'm not the only one. Like, I'm not the only crazy one that does this.
No, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that are out there, and I even said it. Y'all, I said this right after he was arrested. Y'all watch and see. There's going to be um, all kind of women coming out, sending him letters and saying that they love him, and uh, you know, he's their soulmate, and they want to be with him. They want to get married. I said that in the very beginning. I don't think she's a bad person. I feel bad for her son, uh, especially now that her name is out there. He's 16 years old. Like I said, he's in high school. Um, I hope that he's not getting picked on and bullied because of this.
I don't know. Maybe he supports it. Maybe Brian's not the first one. Some kids love the inmates. Like, in time,
Mhm.
um, the inmate and the child, kind of become like parent and child.
Right,
You know what I mean? In some situations. So,
right. I mean, I
um,
know that this isn't the first inmate that she's wrote to. Like I said, there was a guy that was I think he was in Kentucky, and that's where she's at. And he ended up killing a 50-year-old man and then attacked his wife and his daughter with a machete. And he was in prison. And I mean, it got so bad with her writing him and visiting him, and she was putting money on his books for commissary and all this and that. It got so bad that he actually had to tell the prison to block her and not let her back in for visitation. And I don't know what else she done. It didn't go into like great detail on that or whatever, just that he had to block her and keep her from coming and seeing him.
well, I'm pretty sure Idaho isn't one of those freaking, I can't think of it right now, states that allow personal visits. What are they called? Conjugal
Oh,
visits.
conjugal
There's
visits, yeah.
Yeah, there's only like 3 or 4 states in this country that allow conjugal visits. I know California is one. I
Mhm.
don't think Idaho's one. So she can just stay her ass in Kentucky and write her letters and shit. There's no reason for her to travel to Idaho for visits if she's not getting nothing out of it. But you know what I mean? A visit,
Right.
travel all that way.
Yeah.
So
I mean, yeah, because
Yeah.
Kentucky to Idaho, that would be a long drive just
Right.
for what are visits, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, if that.
Well, actually, when you're in prison, like our visits with my ex was 3 hours
Oh,
on a,
wow.
yeah, it was, and it was face to face, you know, in it wasn't through a glass or anything. It was like we could hold hands and everything. It was like at a picnic table.
Yeah. Well, hopefully she will get help. Hopefully she will take the psychiatrist's advice. And if somebody did ask if Brittany was this lady's, I think her name was Lieberman, if Brittany was her patient. No, she's not her patient. She was just basically, uh, just sending a letter to her to tell her to get help. And this lady she says she's actually wrote about women who write men in jail. So, I don't know if
Yeah.
she would call herself an expert on um, women who do that or what, but hopefully Brittany will take her advice and get help
She won't.
and and see that there's a man on the outside for her.
She won't because people with BPD, we don't see that.
Hmm.
We like, yeah, we don't think that there's a problem there. Do you know how long it took me to go into therapy for it? But yeah, as of right, I no longer am in communication with any inmates since last year.
Hmm.
So just so everybody knows, I'm not in contact with any inmates, and I haven't thought about contacting any, but I have in the past.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, if you do so, just be careful, you know, because they may know some. But I mean, and that's the same thing I said with this Brittany lady. I don't think Bryan knows anybody from the state of Kentucky, but he could have went to college with someone and knows how to get in touch with them and have her followed or stalked or whatever. Like it can still be a dangerous situation, even though the man is in jail and the woman is out and just writing him. It can still be a dangerous situation.
yeah, one situation with me, my ex beat me and he caused damage to the motorhome that we was living in. And
Hmm.
so they called the cops. I didn't, and the cops came and they arrested him. They found him at the convenience store, whatever, next door, because he ran. And they arrested him. And that night I couldn't sleep because I didn't know. And we were on drugs at the time. And like I didn't know if he knew, if he could get in touch with anybody on the outside. It was here in Tucson in 2019. If he knew anybody on the outside that was bad people, that drug dealers or whatever, that knew bad people that could come attack me.
Right.
He
Right.
just put the freaking window unit inside the RV. You know what I mean? Like it's all
Hmm.
whatever. So I couldn't sleep all night, and that could possibly very well happen because I know I was afraid of that
All right.
happening.
And I just hopefully y'all she realizes, you know, that there is someone on the outside for her, and she gets help. I mean, honestly, like that's really all we can hope for, and that her son doesn't get hurt in this whole process.
I don't know. I just think people in jail need love too. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, it's not just us and the outside world. I mean, they are human too.
Right.
I'm I'm not talking about, R words or murders or,
Hmm.
people like that, but
Right.
lower charges and everything,
Yeah. Yep. I get what you're saying.
But I'm going to go ahead and drop down. I just wanted to talk about that because it really hit me hard, hard, hard. So I
Okay.
wanted to ask you, can you please type her name with the correct spelling and everything in the chat for me? Because I would really like to look up her book.
Let me go back and find. Let's see. Okay. I still got the article in my email. Yeah, I'll find it and then type her
Well,
name in the.
you can email it to me if you want. You have my email address.
Yeah, I can do that. Just
Okay.
email me and remind me, because if you don't, I'll forget.
Okay, I'll do that right now. I'll drop
Okay.
down. Thanks everybody for letting me talk about it. Bye.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming up. Okay. Oh, 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 wait. Okay. Crime Crazy, I'll have to look at your email in a minute. I opened that email and that was interesting. All right, y'all. Let me pull up the Tulip Valley Farms website. Lulu, how are you? Okay, support. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up in chat real quick, y'all, while this website's coming up, because I did want to show what they're doing for the kids, in case some of y'all wasn't able to see it on my Twitter. All right. Now let me take this real quick. Okay. All right. I gotta remember where to go to. Bob bulbs. I was talking about the second colleges who wrote an open letter to runs cloud. They are allowed to have a tablet in there to talk to people. Oh, Country Sunset, you're talking about the ones that are in jail? Wait, why is this not pulling this up? So I can show y'all. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Tulips should be planted in the fall. Yes, Jerry. They won't be shipped, it says on the website, until October. Okay. All right. Hopefully y'all can see them. Okay. So the ones. All right. Give me 1 second. So the yellow and white ones are Ethan Smiles. The ones, the purple, pinkish color and white, are going to be for the girls. And let me see if it has. Okay. And then there's the price for them, $25. I believe you get 25 bulbs. See if this is going to pull up. I think this is where it tells where, what the proceeds are going for. Okay. Let me get back into my chat now. All right. So yeah, you get 25. Each set comes in bundles of 25. And then it just says right here, the Ethan Smile Tulip Bulb Mix is our tribute to the legacy of light and goodness of our friend and teammate Ethan Chapin. All proceeds of the mix support the planting of Ethan Smile Gardens at the University of Idaho and in Mount Vernon, and are donated to causes in memory of Ethan. And then the bulbs will be shipped in October. So I thought they were really pretty. Like I said, I didn't know they were going to come out with the Forever Sisters. They just said that they were going to do something for the girls. And then this one says the Forever Sister Tulip Bulb Mix is a memorial mix in honor of Xana, Madison, and Kaylee. Proceeds for the sales of the mix support the planting of the Forever Sister Gardens at the University of Idaho. And these two will be shipped in October. So I just wanted to show y'all that. Like I said, I did post it on my Twitter and on my community page, but I didn't know if everybody got to see it or not. Let's Let's see. Love to buy some. Oh, Lisa Marie, you're in Australia too. How cool. I've never planted tulips, but I think I'm going to end up getting some of these, getting like a pack of each. Please email me the link. I'd love to buy some bulbs as a birthday gift for my mom. Okay, Emerald Queen. Email me so I don't forget. Because if not, I'll be done forgot. All right, so like I said, I just wanted to show those. Okay, give me a second. Let me get back over into this. All right, y'all. Let me drop. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. Anybody wants to come up? Free Spirit, how are you? You're more than welcome to. Because I really would like to hear everyone's opinions on just a lot of the stuff that we've heard about regarding Dylan. See, they don't have. Adrian, they don't have what at Latah, at the jail in Latah. Tulips. Okay, I just emailed you a video that just dropped about the inside source. Okay, let me go check my email real quick. Okay, 1 second. Hey, Mar, you feeling any better? Okay, y'all, I don't know what's up with my internet tonight. Rebel Ray, how are you? Okay, let me see what this is. Hey, NorCal Jim, how are you? Sunflowers for Dylan Rounds. I think sunflowers was what Kaylee liked as well. Oh my gosh, y'all. This is taking so long. Okay, so whose video is this? Okay, so this is another creator's video, so I'm not going to play it until I ask for permission. Because I don't want to take a chance on getting hit by another creator. Okay, thank you, Emerald Queen. Yeah, I wish I could find Dylan Rounds. I mean, the people around where Dylan went missing, like they have searched just about everywhere out there, haven't they? I know that one channel my husband watches, it's Earthworm something. I forgot what their full channel name is, but I know that like every day they're out there searching. that's crazy though that that they haven't found him. All right, y'all. Let me grab something else. Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna have 2 flower boxes, 1 sunflowers for Dylan, tulips, and the second for Ethan. Oh, happy cactus. That sounds cool. Oh, God, y'all. I planted morning glories year before last. And I planted them around a pole so they could climb. They completely took the pole over. They took my wind chime over and the hummingbird feeder. Okay, Paige, you think he's in one of the mines? Yeah, that is true. Pokey dots. They never have found the Cal City boys yet, which is another heartbreaking case. Like, it was said that the parents allowed their other kids to do what they did to those little boys. And then Summer, it'll be 2 years and just a few months for her. Oh, Country Sunset. I told my husband after I finally got him off the pole and out of the wind chime and all that, I was never planning any more of the morning glories. Sudi, the Cal City boys, they were both young. And I didn't follow the case. I just have heard about it, but they never have been found. And was it their foster parents or their adopted parents ended up getting arrested? 3 and 4 adopted parents. Okay. Yeah, they never did find them, but they did arrest the parents. And if I remember correctly, it was said something about that they had their other kids to do whatever was done to those little boys. Can't handle this new one with the mom and the 3 kids. Sudi, I listened to part of that video the other day when she was in front of the judge, even though she was in a hospital bed because she's paralyzed. Once I heard what she did to him and how she did it and what she used, I didn't watch any more of it. Stevie, the prosecutor in Latah County has actually filed an affidavit. He did it on February the 8th. On their website, though, they only update it every Friday and put the links to the court documents on there. So I'm hoping that tomorrow, whenever they update their site, they will have the link. There is going to be an affidavit from Bill Thompson, and then there's also going to be a memorandum. It's a memorandum for points. Hold on, y'all. Let me go back to the website. Yes, Sifa, Orson and Oren. Okay, hold on. Let me get the website pulled up so I can read exactly. Okay. Okay, let's see. I'll pull it up here for y'all so that way y'all can see it. All right, I'll zoom it in here where y'all can see it a little bit better because I can't even see it this small. All right, so is it going to allow me to highlight it? Yes. Well, shoot. I don't want to highlight the whole thing, but it's going to do it. So it's not the bottom one that's on here, if y'all can see it. The bottom one is for the preliminary hearing on June the 26th to June the 30th, but the two above it, one's an affidavit of Latah County Prosecutor William Thompson, and then the next one is the memorandum of points and authorities relating to the non-dissemination order. And Stevie, you're very welcome. So hopefully they will have it released tomorrow. I know Fox News was saying that it was secretly done. I think it's just like they couldn't find it because they only update it once a week, and that's on Fridays. So oh wait, let's see. Oh my God, Lindsay Clancy, she's not paralyzed, just a couple of broken vertebrae and ribs. You got me hearing how Dad tried to remove those. I know, Paige. But she clearly knew what she did. Because he said that, and this was said in court the other day, that whenever he got there, he went upstairs because he couldn't find him. He tried to call her, didn't answer. Goes up to the bedroom. There's blood on the floor. The window's open. He runs downstairs. He's talking to her, and he asks her where the kids are at. And she said they're downstairs in the basement. He knew exactly what she did, or she knew exactly what she did. So sad. And the baby, like one day after he turned 8 months old, and he passes away. Sad, sad situation. Okay. All right, y'all. Give me just 1 second. I'm just going back through all my stuff and see if I have anything else left for tonight. And Pokey Dots, are you doing okay? People asking for a refund now. Oh, are they Sinful Butterfly? I know whenever I looked at it, it had the $1 million goal, and I forgot how much it was, but it was like way up there. And people are, was standing by her and defending her and all that. Yeah, she knew she planned it all, even down to him picking up the food. Yeah, they said that she looked it up to see how long it would take to get from their house to the restaurant where he was going to pick the food up. The dad claims that he thought it was kind of weird that she had that place picked out, but they had ate there before, so he didn't really think a whole lot about it. But usually whenever they ate out, they always got something closer to home. After court. Oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't watch the whole thing. Like I said, it got to the part where it talked about what she did and how she did it, and what she used and all that, and I couldn't handle any more of it, so I turned it off. I seen where somebody did say, though, that she didn't have postpartum depression. So I'm pretty sure that I would think they would have more doctors come in and get, other opinions. So I don't know. Hey, Doug, how are you? She jumped off, sorry. Yeah, I don't know, y'all. It was sad to hear that she had, she took her daughter to the pediatrician that morning, played out in the snow with the kids, tried to build a snowman with them, with the two oldest. and then that happens. Judy, I'm fixing to bring you up. How are you? Judy, can you hear me? Okay, hold on. She must be having problems. Let me pull this one up. All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
How are you?
Good. I'm actually here on a mission.
Okay.
I need to pick your brain.
Uh-oh. All right.
On the Kylie Rodney case.
Okay.
Was it in one of your lives that it was shown or discussed? Shortly after she was discovered, there was somebody that made a video, and I was watching you a lot. That's why I was wondering if it's you. They had another girl from the area missing. She was a couple years younger than Kylie, but it looked like her spitting image. She was a little bit smaller build. Her hair was probably a couple shades lighter.
No, it wouldn't have been. It wouldn't have been on mine.
Darn. I know I'm not dreaming. I know that I seen that, and I'll be damned if I could find it.
Yeah, I don't even remember. I never seen anything about another girl missing around that time.
Yeah. Yeah. And I can't remember what her exact location was. Maybe, she didn't have to be from that exact area.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there was one made where they show a picture of that young lady that's missing. And before they even said anything, the first time I saw the picture, I went, damned, that could be Kylie's twin sister.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
So, yeah, I figured you got 300 some odd people in your life. I thought maybe somebody would, and I can't see chat. So, if somebody does come up with something, please let me know.
And I don't think it would have been Trinity because Trinity has red hair.
No.
And she was several months or a couple of months after Kylie.
Yeah, that was before Trinity.
Okay. King Scarlet, you dropped, honey. Hold on, let me throw the link back out for her. But yeah, I don't remember any other. No, I know that, but she didn't look like Kylie either. The girl Jules, who died a few months before Kylie, and then the guy that was responsible for her death is still in jail. Or the last time that I checked, he was still in jail. And he actually was arrested a few days after Kylie went missing.
No, this girl I'm talking about when they were talking about her, she was missing and not found when they posted that video.
Okay, yeah, it wouldn't have been me then. King Scarlet, can you hear us okay?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
Good. How are you? Hi, Judy.
Hi.
I'm doing good. And so, King Scarlet, do you know who Judy's talking about? The girl that was missing?
No, but there's been a few in the area because I'm from the area.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know specifically which one she might be talking about. Although I might just not be thinking about it right now.
Well, she looks so similar to Kylie that it's scary.
Oh wow.
You don't remember her name at all, or?
Yeah, if I could remember that, I'd have found it.
No, like it's like how you can think of a similar name or like I don't know something else.
No, I can't. I'm old.
Yeah, I don't remember any girl.
I mean, I remember the video because it was a visual. You know what I mean? It's just like Scarlett when you write things down.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
to me, a visual. I go by visuals. Well, I know I saw it, and I can't. And but Sifa, did he say that he thought it was CYN or CNY?
Yeah, I think I seen him post that in the chat.
Yeah. Problem is she's got a lot of videos.
Yeah.
Now, if Sifa could figure out which video it was, I'd have to kiss him.
Yeah, I don't remember any other girls during that time that looked like Kylie.
Well, see, Sifa answered that awful quick, so I can't be too far off.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been over there on their channel. I never, I didn't do any videos about any other girls because I was doing Kylie and then Trinity went missing and then I went over to hers and then after Trinity was Bailey. I'm trying to think who was after Bailey. I think I might have done, I don't remember who was after Bailey. I might have went back to Kylie. Let's see. Oh, wait. Free Spirit said, I think that girl was from Nevada County. Maybe check Kevin Neese's videos.
I don't know. I just know I've seen it. You know, I don't go to a lot of channels. Because when I first started this, I was kind of like going to different channels, and some people would drive me just totally bug shit. Right. So, okay, eliminate that one. You know.
You're not talking about Gabby Petito, are you?
I don't know.
Because Gabby went missing. What year was that? 2021. August of 2021. They found her in September of 2021. And she had long blonde hair.
No, it was when Carly's car was pulled out of the water.
Okay. Yeah, I don't
After
know who
that
was.
Before the Trinity case, I saw that video.
Trying to think if I'd seen it maybe if I remember another creator doing a video about another
or somewhere around when they located the car, say, you know. But
not right off the top of my head. I can't think of one. I might have seen the video that you're talking about from another creator.
Well, see, I started with you because I watch you a lot. I says, and then I looked and you had 300 some odd people in here, and I went, somebody's got to remember. I'm not that nuts.
Oh my gosh, I don't remember. I'm trying to remember if I had watched anybody else's videos about any other missing girls, but I don't think I did. I was so tied up in Kylie's case that I honestly didn't even. If it wasn't about Kylie, I didn't watch it. If I did watch other creators.
Yeah.
If I think about it and remember it, I will for sure let you know though, because that's gonna have me thinking now.
I know, I'm gonna go search it after. See if I can find it.
Yeah, because that's like, you know, you get to thinking about something.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to prove or trying to get that whatever it was clip so I can look at it again and say, yeah, you weren't, old lady, you weren't dreaming. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like I'm PI and I'm going to solve a case here, but
you just want to prove it to yourself that you did see it.
Yes. So, most of it.
Yeah, that's going to have me wondering now who it is.
Because she was I want to say, if my memory's correct, she was a couple of years younger and she was a little bit smaller. And her hair at the time seemed to be, maybe if it was summer, a shade or two lighter. But other than that, if you just took a picture and put them side by side, it looked like Kylie 2 years ago or whatever.
Oh wow,
So
that's crazy.
yeah, well, that's another reason I'm looking it up. But this girl that was missing, reported missing at the time I heard that video, she had not been found.
Was she from the same area or close to the same area?
Well, she had to be fairly nearby.
Okay.
But like I said, Sifa, I swear to God, that person's got more mileage on him. Everywhere I go, he's like my shadow.
Emery said, was it Reno that the girl was from?
I don't know who. I can see the girl's picture in my mind. But the fact that she was missing and hadn't been found yet, and I can't. That's that's all I remember. I don't remember the person that posted it, which I was hoping it was you, and
Hold on, I'm
it was
asking Google.
posted because excuse me. It was posted because there was some speculation as to that if that was really Kylie. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody posted that information up and threw a huge wrench into everybody's mind. And I had forgotten all about it till just like 2 days ago, and I'm like, this is really bugging me.
Yeah, it's really gonna bug me now.
There you go.
Yeah.
Welcome to my world.
Because everything that I'm pulling up, I put in missing Nevada girl August 2022, and it's bringing Kylie up, and I even put in missing California girl for August of 2022, and it's bringing Kylie up.
Well, I'm just telling you right now, if what I think is going on behind the scenes is Sifa is dead on finding what we're looking for, if I know. Or they're just, if Sifa's tired, one of the two, which either one would be applicable.
Okay,
But
so this wouldn't be her.
I swear that person's just got a file in his mind that's unreal.
Right.
But
I'm trying to look on Google to see if there's any. I don't see none.
Sifa remembers it. Now it's just a matter of where is it. So I feel a little bit better that I'm not alone.
This girl's 13, but it don't say when. That's in Wisconsin.
I mean, it could have been a year before Kylie was reported missing if this girl was missing. I have no idea.
Okay, yeah, this one's just a picture. It doesn't say when she was missing, though. I'll have to search and see if I can find it.
But if it don't look like Kylie, you got the wrong person.
Okay.
I mean, it's not an exact like an identical twin.
Uh-huh.
But under the circumstances, and that's all I'm going to say, under the circumstances of how the whole thing went down, you probably wouldn't notice a difference.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look for it and see if I can find it, the girl's name or where she was missing from or whatever.
Well, if King Scarlet's from Truckee, I apologize.
No, I'm not from Turkey. I'm from Los Altos, California. It's like 4 hours away.
Oh, okay. I just didn't want to crap on Truckee. You know what I mean?
No, you can. I don't like Turkey either. So
yeah. But it's just one of those things. You wake up in the middle of the night and a thought comes to your head.
Right. And now it's going to bug the crap out of me because I don't know who the person is that you're talking about. So I'm going to have to go look for her.
well, we'll find it, Judy, and then we'll come back to it because honestly, I can't think of it right now.
Well, Scarlett's got my email.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I find it, I will for sure send it to you and ask if that's who you're talking about.
Yeah, just send me a picture. But if you got a link on where it was found, I'd appreciate it too.
Okay. Yeah, I
Because
will.
I'm kind of like EWP. If I ain't looking at that whole video, it ain't searched.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will. I will look and see if I can find who it is that you're talking to, and if we can just find the girl and her name, then it should be easy to find on YouTube.
Well, yeah, and then of course then I start thinking, well, did they ever find that young lady?
Mm-hmm.
Things like that. So there's like, if you put your fingers out, there's like that's how many roads you can go down with that information.
Right.
So, I was just curious, one of those things that makes you go,
Right. Yeah, because I'm curious now to figure out who it is.
Well,
Well,
Scarlett, I wanted to
Uh-huh.
ask you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Judy.
I'm not talking.
Oh, okay. So I wanted to ask you about the sheath, right? So I was reading yesterday how it
Uh-huh.
said single source DNA, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I had never really paid attention to that. So remember how we were saying, like, we wonder if there's anybody else's DNA on there, or but it
Right.
says on there single source.
Mm-hmm.
So does that just means that it's cleaned off and it's just his, right?
Uh, I'm actually Googling single source right now because there is
Does a
a
single
thing.
source mean that it came off the person directly? They didn't have to use the father's DNA to, you know what I mean?
Well, it has on here on this article. I'm just kind of skimming through the article so I don't have to read the whole thing. But it says DNA profile single source versus mixtures. I'm trying to see. All right, so the number of contributors divides the DNA profiles into two major groups, either single source or multiple sources. So it would mean just that it's his DNA on it only. Michelle,
Right.
have a wonderful night. Let's
So that's
see.
a little more interesting, right? Because I know we were wondering, like, we wonder
Mhm.
if there's somebody else's or what.
Right. So apparently it was just his, and they didn't find uh, anyone else's on there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then also, I know Crime Crazy mentioned this as well, and I had been thinking about it too. But any motion that you make, right? If
Hmm.
you go attack your pillow right now, what are you gonna do? You're gonna be like, "Ugh," or something, right? You're gonna make some kind of noise,
Oh
right?
yeah, what? How? There's a word for that. Um, shit. What is the word? It's like you're exerting your energy.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Grunting.
yeah, it's like there's a word for it though. I'm trying to think of the right word, but it's like you're exerting your energy with each blow,
Right.
basically.
So that brings me to the next point, which is, if that's what I mean, obviously that's a lot of energy in unaliving people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And allegedly, it was heard that someone said, "I'm here to help you," or something to that. I don't know if that's specifically what it said, right?
Yeah, it's okay. I'll help you or something like that.
Right. So enough to hear that, right?
Right.
And then that she must have known Ethan's voice, right?
Mm. Yeah,
And
that's what I
then,
was that's what I was curious about. If she heard that male's voice say, "It's okay, I'm gonna help you," I wonder if she told law enforcement if she heard Ethan saying that or she heard this other guy that she didn't know who he was say it.
right. So that's like, to hear a complete sentence like that, um, you know, but you're not hearing the Excel, or like someone may possibly, you know, crying. I mean, we know she heard crying, but other than that, like different type of cry or like danger, that people are in danger, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's just a little crazy to me. Also, if he had a mask on covering his mouth, I know when we were in COVID, you couldn't hear what people were saying when they had their mask on.
Right.
So he took it off to say it.
I mean, honestly, whenever I wear a mask and I go somewhere, I can't even hardly breathe through the thing. So
Right.
just imagine wearing whatever type of mask it was, uh, covering his nose and his mouth. I wonder how he was like able to breathe because, like, you're not doing something like that, and I don't think you would be able to breathe through your nose and do something like that. I think that's something you're going to be breathing through your mouth doing, and with a mask on, seems like it'd be a little bit hard.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it would um, not cut your breathing off,
It's
but
hard to understand people. I know it's
right.
hard to understand people when they had their mask on.
Judy, thank you for coming up. Yeah, it's I don't, I get what you're saying though. I honestly just don't believe she didn't hear anything.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy
Because
because
if you hear someone upstairs playing restrict breathing, yes, thank you, autoflower. Um, if you hear someone upstairs playing with their dog, and Kaylee, if Kaylee's in her room playing with Murphy,
uh-huh.
then she's gonna be on the other end of the house because Dylan's room was under Maddie's room. So she would be on the other side of the house, up the stairs on a totally different floor, and she was able to hear that.
Right.
Then she hears, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," and she hears crying.
Mhm.
You cannot make me believe that this girl didn't hear screams in what was going on.
Yeah.
I don't believe it. I don't. Like, there had to be a fight. Mr. Gonzalez said there was a hell of a struggle on the second floor.
Right.
You
And the
know,
whole like no blood trail, that gets me too, because of course, you know, they could change clothes or whatever, but
right?
I don't know. I
I'm
don't know.
curious though, like to me it makes sense, but it may not be how it happened or what happened. But he wore coveralls, and because you can buy some coveralls, we have them here when we go hunting, and if you get blood on them, it's not going to soak all the way into your clothes because they're thick. Um, and it was cold during that time. He could have very easily had on some coveralls, went in and did what he did, and then took them off and got rid
Hey,
of them, burned them, bury them, or whatever.
this guy might be like the what is that guy, the Bolt, fast, because to do all that in the dark, you know,
Exactly. Hmm. Yeah.
and supposedly have vision problems.
Oh, the visual snow and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. But remember how much trouble we were having or how long it took us all to figure out that house,
Forever.
right? That's a very complicated floor plan.
Yeah.
So,
Especially right there where Dylan's room is, going from uh, just walking past Dylan's room to go into the living room, there's a little step there. If
right.
it's dark going through there, or even if there's maybe just a kitchen light on, um, or maybe light coming from Xana's room down the hallway, him with visual snow, if he does still have it, I wonder how he was able to see that step and not trip over it.
Right. Yeah. Or know the floor plan. I mean, know where to
Right.
go,
Because
you
that
know?
makes me think that maybe he might have been in the house before. You have a house party. There's a bunch of college kids there. I'm pretty sure there's been people in that house on several occasions that that these girls didn't know, had no idea who they are, probably from other fraternities or just living off campus and, goes to school there, may not even go to school there. Probably kids from WSU that they didn't even have a clue who they were. So I wonder, maybe he, just like the creepy neighbor, he wandered into his neighbor's house party. Well, if creepy neighbor can wander into the house party, I'm pretty sure Bryan Kohberger could too.
Mm-hmm.
He might have been there. And if you got a lot of people in there, you can kind of slip in and learn the layout and kind of slip out unnoticed.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go to someone's party, right? You're not
Uh-huh.
going in their bedrooms, right? Like you wouldn't necessarily know unless you're close friends, basically where so and so's room is at. And it's especially since
Yeah.
they're always changing too. They were always changing, right?
Right.
And especially Dylan was supposed to be, or we don't know, but I mean, she was supposed to be downstairs allegedly, and she's on the second
Mhm.
floor, and then Maddie, and then all the room switches.
Now they might. Okay, so let's say he did go to one of the parties. He might have knew where all the bedrooms were, just not whose bedrooms they were. You see what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
he might have knew that there was two on the first floor with a bathroom.
Mhm.
There was two on the second floor, the living room, the kitchen, a bathroom up there, and then go upstairs and then the two bedrooms up there and a bathroom. Just not know. Okay, Maddie's room is here, Kaylee's is here, and all that. So
But
I mean that.
if he did walk in through the side door,
Mm-hmm.
if he did walk there, the first room would actually be Dylan's room, right?
Dylan's, right. Yeah, because you walk through the slide glass door and you go through the kitchen and you're literally walking straight to her room. And if you don't go into her room, you either got to go to the left into the living room or to the right up the stairs.
Uh-huh.
So if he came in through the sliding glass door, he had to walk by her room at least 3 times. At least.
Right.
Whether he comes in and goes upstairs first. If he did that, he has to go back by her door to go into Xana's and then back by her door again to leave. Same thing if he went to Xana's room first, he's walking by it, up the stairs to the third floor, that's the second time, and then back down and out the door, that's the third time. So at least 3 times he had to walk by past her door, unless he came in through the balcony
Mhm.
or someone let him in through the front door. That would be the only way that he wouldn't have walked by her door 3 times. I just think it's funny that he didn't try to open her door.
Right. Well, I mean, we don't know, but according to what's on, they didn't say anything of that source. But the balcony
True.
thing,
Mhm.
I mean, the balcony doesn't go nowhere, right? But
No.
they took pieces of it or a side of it or something.
Yeah, someone said that they took part of the railing or something like that.
Do we know that to be true though? I do
Somebody,
remember that early on, but
I was supposed to get sent a picture of that. I don't know if I ever did or not.
yeah,
I'll have
I
to go back
just
through my emails. It might have been sent to me. I'll have to go back through the emails. But, um, I mean, Brian's a tall dude. I think it says on his license or on that ticket that he got, he's like 6 foot tall. Um, there
okay, but
also was the ladder
Ethan
on the
was
side of
like
the house.
yeah. Wasn't Ethan like 6'4"?
Yeah, I think Ethan would have been taller than him.
So I don't know. So okay, if that Papa Roger or whatever on
Mhm.
Facebook was relevant at all, if it was even him, he was alleging that maybe the quote unquote killer had a what do you call those, not a stunt gun, or what do you call those, even the cops use them, what are they called when they um
The the not their gun, but the well shit. I know what you're talking about, but I can't. Taser. Is that what you're talking
taser.
about?
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, I remember him mentioning a taser. So
And see,
yeah.
I didn't get to see all of Papa Rogers' comments that he made. I saw several of them, but I didn't get to see them all. I mean, there was some interesting stuff that I did see he put out. You know, the sheath and um, all this and that. But I know that there was one thing he put out, and he put that Kaylee and Maddie were found in Kaylee's room and
Uh-huh.
not Maddie's.
I was actually in his group.
Oh, really? So,
Only because I was nosy.
yeah, he sparked a lot of interest from a lot of people.
I was
You
just
know,
nosy. I just wanted to see what he would write.
but I seen where Jennifer Coffendoffer had posted a few days ago on Twitter, where he had posted something to somebody, and it was Papa Rogers, about something about the veterans, or why do you hate people who fought for your country, or something like that. And then there was another one, I forgot what it was though, but she had posted two screenshots, and she was
Yeah,
like,
she did.
I'm beginning to wonder if really, like before today, I thought Papa Rogers was being Bryan Kohberger, but I'm wondering now, based off of those two comments, was he really?
Right.
Honestly, I
Yeah.
wish he would just come out and say, "Yeah, I was Papa Rogers," and clear the whole thing up. But
Yeah. Yeah, the group, it just, after he was arrested, it just, he wasn't in there. Like, it just,
yeah,
it never again.
they said that Papa Rogers hasn't posted anything since the arrest, which makes people think that it's him.
Right. Yeah. Which is crazy to think.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I was also thinking about, remember how they were, the investigators were in the backyard. Some people were saying that there's like a little like a track to go back there, that goes directly to the house. So I know that they've never mentioned where he actually parked.
Hmm.
We've only like speculated, you know?
Right. Right.
So where do you think he parked?
Honestly, I think he either, okay, so like, Queen Road goes up between the girls' house and the apartment buildings, and then it goes to the parking lot behind the apartment buildings.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking that he parked right there at the edge of the road of Queen Road, up where he could see the back of the house. Maybe not into where the apartment buildings are at, in that parking lot back there, but I think he parked right there. He very easily could have got out of his car, went down that hill where the tree line is, and and this is just my opinion, if he went through the sliding glass door on the second floor into the kitchen, he could have just left the car, went down the hill, went straight underneath the deck, walked past Dylan's window,
Mm-hmm.
and straight to the back door and went into the kitchen. Now, if he went up on the balcony, this dude's tall. He very easily could have, I'm sure, jumped from the hill up to the balcony where uh, Maddie's in, and went into the sliding glass door where Kaylee's room is. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
if Kaylee would have had her sliding glass door open though. It's to her
Right.
bedroom. But then again, it's been said that they left their house unlocked a lot. So
But then the sister said that she wouldn't have left, like that she was very cautious.
she might have had it locked in. He might have, it's logical thinking. He went through the sliding glass door. Uh,
But those
I'm
doors
just,
are easy to open though. Like,
right.
those
But
are
I'm
easy
just,
to get into.
right. I'm just, thinking about all possible scenarios. Or somebody could have just let him into the front door. You know,
At this point, right?
I mean, because like I said, this whole Bethany thing, like it's still, the times with her are still not adding up to me. She's the only one on the first floor.
Yeah.
She, and I'm gonna have to go back a little bit on this. If y'all remember in the beginning, the cops said that they knew that Ethan and Xana were at the frat house from 8 to 9 o'clock that night on November the 12th. But they were trying to retrace their steps from 9 o'clock on the 12th to 1:45 in the morning on the 13th.
Right.
And they didn't know where they were at. They were trying to find, uh, where they were at and what they had been doing. We'll come to find out in the affidavit, uh, Bethany says she saw him from 9 o'clock to 1:45 in the morning.
Mhm.
That means that Bethany would have had to have been at the frat house in the morning at 1:45 to be able to see them there at that time. In the beginning, law enforcement were telling us that Dylan was on her own in the community. Her and Bethany were separate that night, doing their own thing in the community, but they both ended up back home at 1 o'clock.
Right. Yeah, I
Which,
remember that.
how is Bethany home at 1 o'clock if she sees Dion from 9 to 1:45?
Yeah.
All right. But then Xana's dad comes out and says, I talked to Xana at midnight that night, and she told me that her and her boyfriend was at home watching movies.
Right.
So it's like, was Xana and Ethan, were they at the frat house at midnight from 9
Right.
to 1:45? Was Bethany at home at 1 o'clock, or was she still at the frat house? Because that's why I'm thinking maybe Bethany wasn't even home that night.
Yeah.
But then you get to thinking her timeline is the one that's not adding up, because they did say that Dylan was out that night. I believe somebody says she went to the football game. She ended up back home at 1 o'clock, and her time has never changed as far as her. She was home at 1 o'clock. No, she was here at 1 o'clock. No, she saw so and so somewhere else. Her time being home never changed, but Bethany's has. So she's on the first floor. Her timeline has changed. We've heard absolutely nothing, not even anybody speaking for Bethany, knowing anything about her, anything that Bethany said. How do we know Bethany didn't let the boy in the house through the front door?
Nothing. They were quiet.
Like, nobody has heard nothing from her. And I'm not saying that she did it, that she let him in through the front door.
And
But
also, and notice how that mom, that Kim that came out and said something about 10 o'clock that people knew, right?
right,
I haven't seen anybody say that's not true. Like anybody come out, not necessarily like Bethany, but like you would have heard from someone like, oh
like some of
no,
the students or something, or
that's not true. That's lie. That's a lie.
right, or some of the kids' friends, whether it's Bethany or Dylan's friends, or it's one of the victims' friends, or whatever. Um,
Somebody.
People from the frat house. Nobody has come out and been like, no, that's a lie. We didn't know about it at 10 o'clock. We didn't know about it
Yeah.
until the text message went out, or, cops show up at their house and then word starts spreading from there that something happened. Yeah,
Right.
nobody's denied it.
Yeah. The timelines are very off here.
Right.
And they were asking about Ethan and Zaina, like what time they were here, they were there.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, how they say that Ethan wasn't supposed to be there, but I'm thinking like, how do you bypass his car being in the front of the house? How do you watch the house? He had to like, you don't just go in a house not knowing who's there, you know,
Mm-hmm.
like all the threats that you know.
Well, I
So
was I was wondering about this too. So we know that Ethan and Hunter, because they shared the red Jeep, we know that it was at the house uh, after it came out about the murders. And the red Jeep and then their sister's black SUV was towed away from the house. But how do we know that Ethan would have already been at the house, let's just say, at the frat house when the party starts.
mhm,
How do we know that Xana didn't drive over there? Or she possibly could have walked. It would have been cold. But how do we know she didn't drive over to the frat house and then her and Ethan come back in uh, Xana's car back to her house? And then Ethan's SUV is there because his brother drove it there the next morning when he was called. And
Right.
then Bryan is looping in front of this house, and the only vehicles that's there is Xana's little blue car, Kaylee's SUV, and then the white car. And he would have never known that Ethan was there.
But wasn't the Jeep there? Or am I mistaken?
Well, the Jeep was there the next morning. That's what I'm saying. Like, how do we know
Okay.
Hunter didn't drive it from the frat house that morning whenever they called him?
Okay, but this is a party house, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's always people there, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you not know, even though their cars are not there, how do you not know that there's guys there from the frat, from wherever? This is a party house, right?
Right. That's what's crazy. Is it he would have never known if there wasn't other friends staying the night with him.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy. And then it comes where creepy neighbor says he gets home and it's like 1:30 in the morning and it's eerily quiet.
Right.
So it's almost like, okay, there's nobody else at this house. Bryan, now's the time you got to hit it, do whatever it is that you're wanting to do because there's nobody there. They're not partying. You know, if they were partying, we would heard music or we would see people going in and out or, you know, hear some type of noise, but it's quiet. So that means they're not partying tonight. It's kind of what it seems like.
Yeah, that's true. Also, Scarlett, you're the queen of Venmo. Remember? Remember you looked up and wasn't Ethan paying for like utilities or something?
No,
Or who was paying? Wasn't he paying Matt?
oh, she dropped. Okay, hold on. Let me get the link back out for her. Okay, so as far as the Venmos, I know that Ethan had paid Kaylee. There was 2 different Venmo transactions that earlier from that day and then that afternoon or sometime during the night on the 12th to Kaylee. I don't remember seeing any utility transactions from Ethan, but I do know that Xana would charge Dylan, Maddie, Bethany, or Kaylee for like the internet or utilities or electric or whatever it was. Like they would charge each other whatever. Like maybe the internet was in Xana's name, and so she would charge the girls for the internet, and then maybe electric was in Kaylee's name, and she would like that's how they did it on there. All right, so I'm going to give King Scarlet a few minutes to see if she's going to come back up. Let me catch up real quick. Let's see, War Eagle, how are you? Okay. I'm just going back to the chat real quick, y'all. And King Scarlet, if you can hear me, honey, I put the link back out for you. Tad, I don't know what happened to her. Like she was here just a talking and then she was gone. But I know that in the past she's had issues with her service and stuff, so that might have been what happened. Okay, I think I'm caught up. And I don't think I have anything else in my emails that I can share tonight. Yeah, if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, can y'all do that for me real quick before I end it? Because if she doesn't If she's not able to come back up, I'm going to go ahead and end it. Okay, let me check through my emails one more time on the other email. Wait, little baby, you been digging through the emails that y'all sent to me? I got to go through them. That's going to be interesting. Okay. Mar, I wonder if he did. If he grabbed the ladder and used it and then put it back where we all saw it, once they started showing the house and all that. Just Anne, have a wonderful night. Okay. All right, I'm just checking through my other email real quick. All right. Yeah, as soon as I get done with this, I will check those emails out. Who was this from? Whoever it was that sent me the kitchen photos and was asking me about it, I did get your other email. It just has your first and last name on here, and I don't want to put your name out there. All right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
First time on a panel ever, by the way. I've done maybe
cool.
one or two call-ins ever.
Oh.
But
welcome.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome.
I guess number one, I definitely believe in presumed innocence, so that's how I've been looking at all this since the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And there's always been more questions than there has been answers thus far.
Right.
And now there's even more discrepancies than there is answers, that's for sure. I don't know about questions. And
yeah, because it's like they tell us one thing and then they let us believe that for a little bit, and then they come out with something else.
Yeah. Hi, chat, by the way. So I mean, everything seems to be just that, like a discrepancy,
Mm-hmm.
the whole story, I mean, obviously, I definitely know, what fight and flight is like. So starting with the topic of Dylan and not calling 911 and stuff, I mean, I see the possibilities on either side of that, but and I don't know about that video that came out 3 weeks ago. The channel's only got one video, and it's the guy that's talking about being I think maybe even a boyfriend of one of Dylan's friends or something.
Yeah, it's supposed to be his girlfriend is supposed to be in Dylan's inner circle.
Right. And it sounds like the new broadcast on the news is this guy's story, to a T. The Banfield article that you were going through.
Mm-hmm.
And so one thing I'm wondering is, there's been other things, there was a whole other show where a guy called in and people were questioning whether it might have actually been Bryan calling into the show. And it turned out that wasn't the case, apparently, because the guy got onto another show and was refuting it.
Oh, yeah. What channel was that on? I remember seeing the guy.
I could tell you for sure it was T-Rev channel.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the one that it was,
Oh yeah,
oh,
when
shit,
he
what is
got
her
back on
name?
to tell the difference. Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, I
Good
remember
question.
it was him and a lady, and then another guy. Oh, what was her name? But I know who you're talking about though.
Yeah.
I just can't remember her channel name.
So like, provided that that's all true, and I believe that it probably is.
Hmm.
There's been other things that have come out that and so anyways, I don't know if I believe this guy's one video on the channel, or not. I don't know how well he was vetted, and I'm starting to question how much anyone is vetted because of the story that I just mentioned also made it onto Banfield and other sources.
Right.
And
Yeah.
so,
I
I
don't
mean,
I don't I
everything.
don't think Dylan's so-called friend's boyfriend, I don't think he's credible, honestly. I do remember listening to him when he came out at the very beginning.
Hi, Tracy.
But I'm gonna have to go back now and re-listen to it, and then re-listen to the Banfield stuff that I've done tonight, uh, and get the similarities on that.
Right. So, in light of that situation that I mentioned with T Rev and people calling in, and in light of the story matching identically, I like, number one, I question the vetting maybe, but um, I guess I kind of lost my train of thought there a little bit. Sorry, but yeah, if
Hidden True Crime is the name of the channel.
okay, yeah, I've been basically watching everybody's stuff, and I've been pretty well absorbed into this case since just before the arrest, I think, maybe.
Hmm.
So I wasn't in on the beginning of it when people were questioning the guy with the hoodie and a couple others.
Right.
And like, everything has weird twists and turns in it. It's like
It's crazy.
it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And I watch a lot of true crime shows previous to this because a lot of them are led in a way that you can go ahead and try to solve the case while you're watching the show. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? 'Cause,
Right.
and sometimes you do, and sometimes you're surprised, and this and that.
Right.
But
I
you
know
know,
this is just one crazy case, though. Honestly.
it really is. And um, I question, like I was mentioning before, I don't know, a few days ago in chat, about having a kind of a gut feeling that, is just that, you know, at the time anyways, about, maybe Bryan was, just a wheelman, more or less,
Hmm.
or maybe it's deeper than that, and there's more than one person involved. And but like Scarlett was just saying, how does this guy lightning bug around and just be pinging on his phone over here when it'd be like, I mean, that's down, like, I'm a driver, by trade,
Hmm.
so to speak, chauffeur, and delivery driver. I mean, my whole background for like last couple decades is driving or not much else. And logistically speaking, he would have to be like the best one that there is, and
Yeah.
so, like, how do like Scarlett was mentioning, how do you get out of the house clean and be somewhere else, you know
Right.
and if
Okay. So your background is a chauffeur. So
mhm,
having a background in that type of work where you go to the same place multiple times. Okay. Uh,
sometimes, yeah.
okay. So even just once, well, I'm sorry, not once, twice, three times, maybe four times, you would know where you're able to turn around at or where this person's driveway is. You see what I'm saying? And it
Oh,
was
about
almost
the awkward turning around in
right.
the road or
It's
whatever.
that's why I think, and this is just another opinion and me thinking out loud, is that maybe either someone dropped him off and whoever was driving the car didn't know the area as well as he did. Maybe that was their first time being there, or maybe even second time. Or he was, like you said, the wheelman and he didn't really know that area. Even though his phone is pinged 12 times over there, he might not have known that exact area.
Right.
It seems weird with the whole driving thing and how they were driving around and turning around and didn't know where to turn around at
I mean,
and all that.
as a driver, that does sound like someone who's looking for an address, maybe even for the first time. Most definitely.
It's I don't know. It's just this whole case is, like I said, we were
Because when
led
you're,
to go ahead.
I'm sorry, when you're using, GPS off your phone or whatever, if the roads are awkward or like the building is tucked back in a parking lot, if it's an apartment building, when you get close, your GPS might be telling you that you got to turn around and do all kinds of crazy stuff,
Hmm.
and yeah, the whole turning around in the street thing does sound like someone that doesn't either they're very nervous, maybe is the only other thing I can think of, you know, either you just don't really know how
Yeah.
to drive where you're driving, or you could be nervous. But I think there's like a lot of anomalies in this case that like the whole Kopaka thing and the whole how it was what they mentioned on the road, and
Hmm.
the fact that the lead investigator in the case is only on the force for like 2 years, I believe.
Yeah.
And that part I really don't understand, number one. And then number two, supposedly as lead investigator, he didn't show up on the scene until 4 p.m.
Which
And
makes no sense.
I find that to be a big discrepancy. And then he also happens to be the one that actually found the sheath and noted the sheath.
Right.
And he also happens to be the one that served with Kopaka in the military, like maybe
Oh,
even in
wow.
the same unit, but I'm not sure how attached they were. But in the world of military brotherhood, they were definitely attached. And then this guy, Kopaka, allegedly freaks out on his roommates and ends up getting, deleted by the police by opening fire upon them, on
Right.
police, And
Yeah,
I
I've
think
seen people that was even speculating that maybe Brian had the cops like SWAT,
I
Kopaka, and all
also,
this and that.
yeah, I also saw that, and that struck me as, not too crazy at this point, sadly. But
Right.
you know,
Yeah, because honestly, anything that comes up now, I'm not even going to be surprised by.
here's the thing about that though, is you know, if the sheath that ended up on the bed next to the victims only has the one source touch DNA on the
Hmm.
snap, that could easily happen from just showing someone the knife and then not touching the snap.
True.
And that's been on my mind like the entire time since it was found because of that. But, you know, if someone, back to what you were just saying about the possibility of Bryan swatting Kopaka, I think that it makes much more sense that if someone was setting someone else up, that it would be the other way around, you know?
Hmm.
And I think that if that and I'm not saying that I believe that it is, but I do believe in the possibilities of just about anything at this point. And the puzzle pieces seem to make a little more sense to me that way, in the fact that, if Bryan was, it wouldn't be Bryan setting up Kopaka, it would be Kopaka setting up Bryan. And maybe Kopaka, freaked out because he knew that he was about to get maybe popped, and maybe his military brother, dropped that sheath on the bed. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think anything's beyond the possibility. And like you were saying the other night about Bryan being book smart but not street smart. Well, if you're not the criminal, then you're not trying to be smart. You know what I mean? And like, then it's not a big deal to give someone your cell phone number, and it's not a big deal to, do that after being pulled over near the location. And then you got this whole Enon thing going on, where like this guy obviously had eyes on the situation. Like, he knew kind of what their habits were and stuff, pretty obviously, because he said himself that when there was no party in the backyard, he knew something was up,
Right.
So like, he knew the average daily happenings around there and noticed the difference in them immediately. And then this person happens to have been, caught up for large amounts of this and that, I believe even on multiple occasions. And then you put that with the PCA, which says suspect vehicle number 1, which alludes to the fact that there's probably at least a suspect vehicle number 2. And like, just so many crazy things like this. And and it alludes to, well, I should say it doesn't deny that there may be informants involved in the case. And Enon would be a perfect candidate for that, considering, I don't know whether he went to court for these things already, or, but it sounds like he's not in jail for any of it,
Right. And I didn't think of it that way, that maybe he's the informant.
I'm not saying that I think that he is. It's just something that crossed my mind when I was watching a show earlier this evening. Never saw their channel before today. I have seen them in other chats and stuff, but they were talking about it, and they showed his arrest record, and it's MDMA, and
Yes.
another time was methamphetamine and
Yeah, he's got
mushrooms, basically all the party favors that you would pretty much expect in this supposed, party neighborhood. And more specifically, the house in question was supposed to be allegedly a party house,
Right.
and Enon kind of confirms that, and we don't know if that's just drinking or if it's just everything. But, considering my childhood, I'm going to go with it's probably just about everything and mostly drinking,
Right. Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
and-
Enon had he had actually robbed a guy for his drugs, stole the guy's drugs. It was him and 2 other friends, and that's how they ended up getting pulled over. And they had all the it was all the MDMA in there, and there was a few other things that they had in the car with them whenever they got stopped. So he's got a pretty lengthy rap sheet.
Yeah, and the other time that I did catch, they, someone informed on him that he was in LA and that he was hooking up and coming back to Idaho. And then when he crossed the Idaho border, they nabbed him.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the one that was over 300 grams of meth, and can't remember what else. Another package with some more in it or something.
Yeah.
And I think he took responsibility for all of it too, like right away. It wasn't his car, shit like that. I mean, sorry about that. Stuff like
No,
that.
you're good. I
Excuse me.
want to say he had 2 trespassing charges on him too. I believe. I don't know. I remember going over his stuff several weeks ago. I want to say it was a trespassing charge on there too, though.
So one of my thoughts about him was that, like, I mean, it's a small town, right? So,
Hmm.
I don't know how to dig into finding out who had relationships with who, but like Kopaka also has a white Hyundai Elantra, I should say, and
And
him
don't
and
his
Bryan
mom,
don't live that far apart either.
wasn't it Kopaka's parents that had like a silver Hyundai Elantra?
Yeah, yep. The family has a silver Hyundai Elantra as well as a white truck like the one with the rack in the back.
Right.
Yeah, those are
Yeah, I
both.
remember.
And then, if I remember correctly, Enon had only been living there, unless there's more than one neighbor. It was Enon. He had only been living there for a couple months previous to the incident there.
Hmm.
And previous to that, he was living in Pullman, if I remember correctly, also very close to Bryan. And
Right. And
one
he's
of my,
vegan, and he wasn't a chef. He was a short order cook, I believe, is what he was called.
Hmm.
But I mean, there's a lot of similarities. Just the vegan part is one big thing because 2 vegans are more than likely in a small area like that are going to eat at the same place if they eat out. So there's a very good chance that him and Brian could have been eating at the same restaurant at any given time.
right,
And he did work in Pullman. Enon did.
yeah. Yeah, and then another broadcaster that I like a lot also brought up King Road. I was well, maybe I actually might be mistaken on the name of the road, but there was a person that called about the dog when probably no one would have even known about Murphy yet, or that Murphy would be you know at the
Oh,
Humane Society or whatever.
was that on
It was
I,
TNT.
was that Linda Lane? Was that the road that she was talking
Lana.
about?
Yeah, it was Lana.
Yeah. But where she was talking about the dog, uh, was that? I think that was Linda Lane. Uh, where she was talking about that he had ran off or something like that, and somebody, I wasn't watching it, but I had the TV on and was kind of listening to it. I want to say Linda Lane, which is right down a block away from King Road, and you can actually go through the parking lot there where the apartments are that Enon lived in and go straight into Linda Lane, which is also where the camera is on the apartment building that's pointing straight down the road to Taylor Avenue. And
Interesting.
and they were saying that the guy who owns those apartments there on Linda Lane or Linda Avenue, maybe Linda Avenue, um, because it's pointing straight down the street all the way. It's not a very long street, but it uh, it also catches traffic from Taylor Avenue when it passes. And the guy was saying that he caught what looked like a white or a light colored vehicle go through at like 2 something in the morning. And this is during the time that we thought the murders happened between 3 and 4.
Right.
And I was like, well, I was thinking, well, damn, if the police would have given the right time to begin with between 4 and 5, then this dude would have looked through his surveillance video between 4 and 5, and maybe he could have caught the vehicle. But they always led us to believe that it was between 3 and 4, and the guy looked from like 2:45 to 3:15 on his surveillance footage and found the light colored car. And that's what's irritating is that police will tell us something and they let us believe it, and then they'll come out and it'll be something completely different.
Yeah. And that seems to be the case all the way through so far. And then you throw in the Banfield articles, and it really gets
Right.
hard to defend Dylan or Bethany if she was really there. And
Right.
honestly, I question at this point, whether I question who was even there, even almost, you know what I mean? Because
Right.
if you take out the whole story in the affidavit, and maybe things don't really start until 10 a.m. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
and I'm not going there in reality. You know what I mean? Like, I'm definitely not saying that's what I believe, and obviously we have to at least attempt to go off of what they're telling us, and I'm okay with that. But there's been plenty of times when it's been found out later that that things weren't on the up and up. I'll just say that, and
Yeah.
like
That's
there's even cases where people in law enforcement have been directly involved in the past
mhm.
and gone to, I don't know if they're in prison yet. I feel like they did get convicted, but it was an older guy, and he was obviously not a really great person. I mean, I don't know about everything else, but there's been other times when things weren't on the up and up. I'll just say that, and
Yeah.
I'm not even really trying to say that I think that everything that I mentioned here tonight is what I think absolutely happened, because that's simply not the case. There's no way I could say that. But what I can say is that from everything that I have seen, it looks like something's really fishy, number one, and
Sure.
it's pretty painfully obvious that the school that the law enforcement protects the school, and the school protects law enforcement, and the sororities protect the house. And with all these other hazing incidents and stuff that have happened where people are no longer with us and stuff, the call was always the same. It was unconscious person, even if they were already gone for up to 4 hours
Right.
in one of those cases. And that, if that doesn't make people think, I don't know what will. You know what I mean? Because like,
Yeah.
I know for instance, if you own a business, and like if you own a nightclub, at least in the area where I'm at, if you get too many calls for bad stuff, you don't have a club no more, so
Right.
you call stuff in the way that that it's not going to affect that count as much as possible. Sometimes
Yeah.
you don't have a choice, but
Yeah. That is true.
and so that starts to make sense to me, and it seems to me that that the household leaders of the sororities and stuff are kind of like schooled on how to make that phone call. And I've even heard people say that that you're supposed to get a hold of the president before you get a hold of the authorities to make sure that the house is protected, more or less. And I'm not sure of the validity on that, but that was what I was hearing. And it just kind of makes sense that it makes it make a little more sense that other people were called at all first.
Yeah.
And I personally don't think that that's really any good excuse for anything, so to speak. But
Hmm.
I do think that it kind of alludes to the possibility that that's maybe part of why it happened. And then this other guy's story that we were talking about, that you didn't feel was credited, and I don't necessarily feel that it's credited either. And I was kind of surprised that that they didn't use, that they specifically said that they didn't need to use the words allegedly or supposedly. That was kind of strange to me and sounded kind of serious, but I don't take their word just because they said it,
Right.
any more than anyone else's, I guess. And but if Banfield is actually vetting their information a little bit,
I
who
hope
knows?
she is. I really
Who
hope
knows?
she is.
I mean, because they presented it, they didn't. I mean, I guess I wasn't listening too closely, but it didn't sound like they presented it in a disclaiming type of way. But
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hopefully they vet it. Hopefully they vet all of their sources. I know sometimes people will give the media information and maybe they don't want their name put out because of backlash, especially on YouTube or Facebook. So I understand that. I'm just hoping that they're vetting all of their sources.
yeah, and those other two cases that I was talking about in Oregon, I believe, and maybe another part of Idaho. Fuck, I can't remember now. The Judens, and
Oh,
the elderly lady.
yeah, the Sandra lad was in Washington, and then the couple was down in Oregon. B,
Yeah.
have a good night.
And so, like, if if the if Kohberger, I looked at the timeline, and he would have been like just like barely old enough in SK years, let's say, he would have just been on the cusp of being the average age for when people mess up and do this sort of thing, I guess. And
Yeah.
but if something, I feel like there's like I feel like there's little chance that they're not related, to be perfectly honest, because of the day of the month, and because of the weapon used, and because of the time of night that it happened,
I know
allegedly, in all the cases.
so many weird similarities with that as well, of the three. It's crazy.
Yeah, very much so. And the ones that they're talking about in the news are really not those ones. They're looking for ones that are closer to his area of residence at the time or whatever. But and then another thing is let's see. So all of those things, and then the any place that did have dogs, the dogs weren't hurt. And then there was the couple. They had a person that was sleeping over that was going to watch their house when they left town the following morning, which
Oh
was
yeah, they were supposed to be leaving, going to Hawaii
yeah.
the next day.
And that person said that they woke up hearing stuff going on and started to get up, and I think that the person took off after that. But at any rate, they ended up surviving it, and they were in their they were sleeping apparently when it happened, which may or may not be the same in the Idaho case.
Right.
But all of them about the same time, all of them about the same time of month, and all of them about 14 months apart.
Yeah, and it's just like, it's weird. Like, there's all these similarities, but they said that there's no connection to any of them.
Well, I feel like well, it's not even that I feel like, but from everything that I've ever heard about SKs and stuff like that, it's probably an anniversary to them. If it is connected, it's like an anniversary to them. And so maybe there's a month that they work up to actually going to do it, you know what I mean, or two, or whatever, you know, maybe because each one of them has been, well, just maybe coincidental even, but they were like kind of later, later in the year too, I think.
Yeah,
But
the first one was June of 2021. The next one was June of 2020. Then August of 2022 and 2021, and then November of 2022
and
was
how
the
many?
Idaho.
Exactly 2 months apart.
Right. So
Yeah.
it was like the first time it would have been
Well,
a
1 year and
year,
2 months apart.
1 year and 2 months, and then the second one between the first and the second one, it was a year and 2 months, and then between the second one and then the Idaho ones, it was a year and 3 months.
Okay.
And then if you look at the first one, would have been the lady up in Washington.
Yeah, one
So
person.
right, if you would have, let's just say these three are connected, and that would have been his first one. So
I believe so.
he would have had his first hit in Washington, one person, and it resulted in that person being deceased. The second time would have been two people, but one person ended up surviving, and the husband ended up passing away. But it should have been two kills or two attacks, three deceased. Well, then he goes to the third one, and the third one would have only been three victims, but because he had a surviving victim from the second one, then he needed to pick that extra one up on the third one, and that way it would have still kept his numbers what they should have been. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
that's what I was looking at, like, because I for a long time thought that it was an SK that did this before he ever got arrested.
Yeah. I mean, it's if that is or turns out to be indeed all coincidence at some point, it's the most uncanny that I've ever seen. You know,
Right. Yep.
and especially because, like, you know, I feel like if if it was related to something else, like let's say the cartel's coming after you, well, most likely they're not gonna stab everybody up. They're gonna
They're going.
use bullets.
Yeah, they're gonna go in, do what they got to do, and get out.
Right. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, everybody, and I agree with the statement that with a knife is a much more personal thing, probably.
Mm-hmm. Oh
Or
yeah,
or a matter of necessity. You know what I mean?
because if you think about it, like if you have a gun, you can do it from further away, but a knife, you're at arm's length. Like you have to be at least arm's length from the person, and so the closer you are, the more personal it becomes, and it's I don't it's crazy. Like this whole thing is crazy, honestly.
One of the real big roadblocks for me coming into all this was the fact of someone doing four in that timely of a manner and that cleanly, right? Because there's like literally there's a footprint, and nothing else anyways. Nothing else anyways has been released to us besides the sheath itself, and then the collection of some items from Bryan's place and stuff like that. And unfortunately, like I seen someone say in the chat that who's to say Bryan isn't an SK. Well, I believe that if Bryan is really the guy, that he most definitely probably is, and that those other cases may actually belong to him. None of it is that far away from where he lives, in my opinion.
Well, he wouldn't, because during those times, in 2020 and 2021, he was enrolled into Sales University. But you also have to think about that, okay, he was going into a PhD program. So, how do we know that during the time that he was at DeSales, knowing that once he was done there, he was going into a PhD program, and he didn't make a trip or two out to Washington State University to check it out and check out the surrounding areas and see if he liked it there and all that. He very well could have went out there just because he lived in Pennsylvania or was enrolled in college in Pennsylvania didn't doesn't mean anything. And I don't know where they're getting that the incidents are not connected, and they very well may not be, but it's almost like they didn't take enough time to verify if they're connected or not. It's does Moscow not want to work with these other law enforcement agencies in these other two states to try and see if he's connected?
I don't know, and if I mean maybe they are, and we just don't know it. But one of the things that comes to my mind when you said that is the fact that there was 42 FBI agents assigned to this case almost immediately,
Right.
and I feel like if you look at other cases, there's averagely like one federal agent per suspect,
Hmm.
maybe
Right.
two, and 42 of them, like,
That's a lot.
yeah, I mean, who are you really looking for is how how that struck me once someone brought it up to me, which it didn't really dawn on me until it was Lana, in fact, that brought it up first time, and I was like, man, she's right. Like, there's no question.
Yeah.
You don't assign an army of agents if, in my opinion, if you're looking for one guy for one thing, you probably don't even assign that many agents. Like, I mean, I don't know how you could find out, but I guess it probably wouldn't be too hard, with Kylie Rodney or a lot of these other cases that were pretty mysterious, to say the least. How many
Right.
agents were assigned to that, And so I've
Oh
I've
God, there
always
was.
felt like maybe
Ugh.
they know a way more than they're telling us, which is a common denominator, I think, for a lot of people in their thought process, because it doesn't make sense to us. But I definitely pray that the that the full truth, whatever that is, whether it's the gentleman they already have in custody with charges or other people involved with him or without him, I just pray with all my heart that the truth actually comes out, whatever it
R-
is.
Right, because if you think, okay, so with the couple in Oregon, the husband, he passed away from the attack. The guy's wife, she survived. She had 19 stab wounds from that attack, and she survived. Now, that case has never been solved. Then you have this case come up in November in Idaho. That lady had to be scared to death thinking that this person that did this to her and her husband and took her husband's life was possibly the person who did this to these four kids, especially with the similarities of on the 13th of the month, in the middle of the night, 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning with the
Yeah,
knife. And now that they've got Bryan in custody, and she probably had a slither of hope that this is the same person that attacked her and her husband, and now she would be able to get justice for her husband. And now they're saying that it's not. And then it kind of just goes back to square one with her. She's looking over her shoulder. She's scared to death now,
right.
and it breaks my heart that this lady, and I don't even know her. Like, I can't even remember what this lady's name is, honestly. I just know that she was attacked the same manner as these four kids were, and she lost her husband in that attack. And she has to live in fear every day because they have
Got you, P-Fox.
no idea who did this to them.
Yeah, P-Fox is just mentioning in the chat that tell her about where the neighbors parents live, and I believe they're referring to Enon. And Lana did a video where she's using the most likely route of travel from the scene according to law enforcement, and kind of a big circle. And so like Enon's parents own property that's kind of in the middle of all that. So like if you can almost make a beeline, it'd actually really be worth taking a look at when you got time.
Okay.
Very interesting, and also very uncanny, I'm going to say. Good point.
Okay.
P Fox.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, it basically, and so like there's a straight direct route that someone could have took between the two places, but this whole other route was taken, and the other route makes some crazy sense with Enon and his residences.
Okay. That's interesting. I'll for sure check that out.
Another thought I was wondering about too is, like, I mean, Enon's arrest record like says that, whether he's middlemaning or dishing it out himself or whatever, the type of amounts of different various sundry items, let's say, that he had on his shelf, that's no longer personal use. So like
exactly.
I'm not saying that I think he is, because it sounds like they didn't have a close relationship, even though he lived within visual range of their place. I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like, but he could have been somebody's plug. I mean, he had to have been somebody's plug, or or moving stuff for someone else who is.
He's not in college. He works over in Washington. He's not married. He doesn't have a spouse that goes to University of Idaho. But anybody could live there in Moscow or right there at the college. But you have a guy who's got multiple drug offenses, and he's living amongst a bunch of college houses, even though it's off-campus housing. Just look at Jack D's house, the girl's house, the three little blue houses right there beside of their house, the kids across the street, all those little houses down there. Then I guess they're like little apartment buildings going down King Road towards Taylor Avenue. All of those are college housing there. So what would a guy Enon's age, who's not in school, has nothing to do with the school, be living amongst a bunch of college kids with that type of background?
Yeah, I mean, that makes it make more sense, most definitely.
Tad, thank you for her name.
And he was only living there for 2 months, and he was living in the other college town before that, and maybe even still had that residence at the same time, but I'm not certain of that. Just that he, his parents' house is not too far away either. And then, I don't know. I don't know who's who in the zoo for sure when it comes down to it, I guess. But I sure hope that all the animals get properly apprehended, because
exactly. Yeah.
Because the truth is the most important thing to me. I don't, if Bryan did it, let him fry, or however they do it in Idaho, if they can truly prove it.
I think theirs is lethal injection, I believe.
Yeah. But either way, I'm not like, I don't know. I'm okay with I've mostly been okay with capital punishment most of my life, but considering how some people are found to be exonerated 25, 30 years after the fact, which is also usually by DNA that, wasn't available to be able to use at the time. I don't know.
I mean, I'm all for it too, but also, 1000% sure that they have the right person, because I would hate for it to be the wrong person. And I'm not just talking about in this case, I'm talking about in any case that has to do with
Absolutely.
capital punishment. But I would hate for someone to, go through the that phase of their sentencing, and then it come out after it's too late and they they were innocent. So yeah, I'm for it as long as they're 1000% without a shadow of a doubt that they have the right person.
Yeah. And then the most recent case, I mean, it's obviously not the same MO, I feel like, as the other three, with the black sedan and the lady that got chased into her house and stuff. The description is 5'5", which is
Right.
pretty notable, I feel like.
Yeah, that's shorter than I am.
Yeah, and so I don't know. In my gut, let's say, I feel like it's probably not really related. And the same area, that whole upper Midwest, or not upper Midwest, but Pacific Northwest is known for a lot of that kind of stuff, and especially the SK stuff. If you look through history, like a lot of
yeah,
the
that's
ones in the United States.
Ted Bundy, like, buried some of his there, or he wanted his ashes spread out there, and I'm wondering if that was one reason why Bryan went out there. I mean, he's from the East Coast. There's a lot of good PhD programs on the East Coast. Um, and I get that maybe he went to Washington based off of just the program that they had there, or one of the professors. Maybe the professor that he wanted to study under had a certain thing that he or she was an expert in, that wasn't at the other colleges. I mean, it could be several different reasons why he went out there, but then you tie in he was obsessed with serial killers. He ended up doing what he did. So it makes you wonder, well, did he go out there because we know that Ted Bundy was out there? He looks so much like Ted Bundy, it's scary. Um, could that have been the reason? And they just happen to have a PhD program out there.
All of those things are definitely things that make him look like he could really be the guy. I'll say that.
Right. I mean, he could have went out there because of the SK stuff, but then used the PhD program in WSU as a cover up. Like, oh, I'm really going out here. I'm going to college. I'm going to this awesome PhD program. And behind the scenes, he could be, if he didn't have anything to do with the other attacks, the Oregon and the Washington one, and it was only the Idaho one, he was blossoming into an SK.
Yeah, I mean, just the virtue of his work alone could, lean him into that direction. Even, I would have to say,
Right.
Just being immersed. I mean, I don't know, but at the same time, like I said, I watch a lot of true crime, and I definitely don't think about doing that at all. And like, there's a lot of things like that, actually. Like, I've got a little hunting knife collection. Like, I've collected pocket knives and stuff since I was just a young lad. I think I got my first one when I was probably 7 or 8 years old. And, but I've never thought about doing anything prolific,
Right.
like, or anything, so.
Yeah.
My cat is talking.
I can't believe mine's not tonight. He is. I don't know where he's at tonight. Milo's been quiet tonight, y'all.
Yeah, I just feel like the cases seem, like, I watched a lot of Scooby-Doo when I was a kid too, and those ones, those cartoons always kind of threw you off to the last minute, kind of thing too, and in that way, it's kind of reminiscent to me. And hopefully the meddling kids will shut them down, because I almost feel like it's a necessity at this point, like
Right.
I think that the more eyes and ears and think tank that there is in a logical, constructive way, let's say, the better, And,
That is true. But law enforcement don't see it that way, because, they have to hold a lot of their information close to them and not put it out. And which is, I completely understand it, because they're the ones that's doing the actual investigation that can, either convict this person or they get off of it. And so I get where they're coming from whenever they say, like, we can't give this information or give that. But then they don't like the sleuths doing it, because we get the information and we do put it out and we
Right.
dig and, uh, and they don't like that. But at the same time, I do understand where their concern is. It, we may have information that they haven't put out, but we don't know that they have that information,
Right.
And so I completely get where law enforcement's coming from. But at the same time, if we get the information, we're going to put it out,
Yeah, I mean, if things stay where they're at now, I really hope that they televise it, number one,
for sure.
just because. And
Well,
the pretrial is going to be off the chain,
oh
because
yes,
of all these holes,
right.
like
Well,
those holes are going to have to get filled in.
I do know that one of the victim's family member has told me that they are pushing for it to get televised, because they want everyone else to be able to see uh, justice being served for the victims. So hopefully they will do it, where we'll be able
And
to
there's
watch it.
also people that weren't going to be able to attend otherwise too, which hopefully will be a
Right.
factor that they'll consider.
Yes,
to
because I mean, Xana's dad is way down in Arizona. He may not be able to travel back and forth with the whole thing, so it would be good. Uh, you know, Hopefully they live stream it. I'm hoping anyway.
Yeah, but either way, we'll still get information after the day is over at the very least. So,
Oh yeah,
but
yeah. There'll be some
yeah,
media in there. If it's not live streamed, Brian Inton or I can't believe that Nate Eaton hasn't covered it. He's from Idaho, but I think mostly he's been covering the Vallow Daybell stuff. So, you know, there's going to be some media that's going to be in there that we'll be able to catch up with if they don't live stream it.
my mic was picking up the speaker. Sorry about that, guys. If it was echoing at all, I got it fixed.
No, it wasn't.
But the one thing that's really been crazy to me, like first and foremost, is that, like, considering everything, and especially the fact that he's a criminology, Bryan, I'm speaking of now, criminology major, and doing the Reddit interviews or whatever he was doing, those, trying to talk to people and all of that.
Right.
It just seems outlandish, to be quite honest, that anyone would mistakenly leave a pristine sheath with just the snap having some DNA on it. How does that happen? Number one, like, how does that even happen? And then number two, how does it not get seen the first time, but is seen by Payne
when he goes in there?
When he goes through there, supposedly showing up at 4 p.m. when all of this started around the, early lunch hour or before,
Right. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to come out, and our jaws are probably going to hit the floor a couple of times over what we hear, honestly.
Yeah, and it's it's the stupidity of it, if that were to actually be the case. You know what I mean? Like, it's too stupid. That's the thing, and I don't think anyone can really argue that point
Oh
any
yeah.
better. You know what I mean? Like, I know I've seen people try and stuff, but pristine, just laying there, not found right away, apparently, unless there's more to that. I've heard people say that they think that maybe it was just a more proper report of the whole situation where it was kind of included or whatever, but I don't know. And it, just nobody's that stupid. I mean, that's the part that really started making me question things in the first place, especially if you're a PhD student with solid background in criminology and trying to figure out how people like BTK operate and
Yeah,
stuff
which
like that.
he probably learned a lot about BTK under Catherine Ramsland when he was studying, under her at DeSales. And
Exactly.
then he gets over to Washington State, and there is a professor that he was under over there. Her last name is Nuili or something like that, but she was a violent crimes expert. So it was, you know, like these specific type of professors that had certain expertise and stuff. It seems like that's what he was wanting to or ended up, studying under. And it's just it makes people have questions about it.
Yeah. I mean, like the only thing that would be logical to me, which is like completely psycho in my mind, which would be that, that he actually wanted all of this to happen, and I
Mm.
just don't see that as being logical, but maybe that's why too, you know what I mean? Like I've been saying, I don't rule out any. I'm a very analytical person, in my thought process, and I definitely understand why people would want to guard people's feelings and stuff like that in respect to this, and I've tried to respect that as much as I possibly can. But no, I don't think anyone is above being looked at,
All
number
right.
one, and like that part has been kind of ridiculous to me in some ways, I guess. And like I said, I still understand because people do have feelings, you know what I mean? It's just, it is what it is. But
All right.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean, honestly, with the whole, like you were saying, almost wanting to get caught, it- just what we've learned about this guy, and he's very egotistical, but he's also narcissistic, and he's has control issues, and he treats women crappy. It, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if he wanted to get caught so he can prove or try to prove that he was smarter than the cops and would be able to get out of it.
even though he did it, and
Exactly.
I can see that in the backyard of things, as a possibility for
I'm
sure.
like, like he planned out the perfect crime. Well, I'm not going not the perfect crime as in, you know, y'all get what I'm saying. Like the perfect crime is he planned it out to the point that he could get away with it.
Right,
Um,
that he
it
could deny it
right, and then he
by, yeah.
goes and he gets caught and he gets arrested and he's literally looking at the death penalty, and then he works his way through the system and he ends up getting out of it. And in his mind, because obviously he likes the attention too, he's thinking if I can do all of this and I go through the system and I'm facing the death penalty and I get out of it, the cameras will still be on me. I'm looking at book deals, I'm looking at interviews, uh, looking at all these different things, and he's still getting that attention. And
Yeah.
I think he craves attention. Like he's loving all of this that he's getting right now.
Yeah, he would also, if he was to somehow end up acquitted, like there's there's some major news organizations that can be looking forward to a lawsuit too, quite frankly,
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
for
because
sure.
you know, I don't know. Well, I guess that's all to be determined by a court if the time ever happens, which I don't honestly. I feel like he's going down for this probably. I feel like
Mhm.
that's probably the most likely outcome. Maybe even regardless of whether he's the guy, because
Right.
they have the circumstantial evidence, and you only have to convince. Well, I mean, I guess I shouldn't say only. You have to convince 12 people to agree with all that.
That's
And
true.
I think it's going to be um, I think the roller coaster is going to get a lot crazier before it's over for sure.
Oh
And
yes.
I
That
think that the court case itself it's like automatically going to be a roller coaster.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be one of them roller coaster rides that you get completely sick of it. Like you're going up and down, upside down. Yeah, it's gonna be a wild ride, honestly. And we're gonna hear some stuff that we're probably not even expecting to hear.
Yeah, I would guess so, considering the discrepancies thus far. Because if it is indeed true that if it's true that Kernodle almost it was Kernodle, I believe, but someone almost lost a couple fingers, or maybe even did.
Yeah, that was
And
Xana.
if things happened in the hallway too, like it's going to be pretty tough to refute that someone didn't hear anything. And
I think I think Ann Taylor is gonna eat Dylan alive on the stand. I really do.
I have a feeling that she might not even make it to the stand, to be quite honest. And so, like, I don't know everything about lawyering because I'm not a lawyer, or about court because I don't work in a courtroom or like study too hard on it. But
Hmm.
what else is really, you know, once if your story is found to be not credible in some way, if someone can prove that that story is not credible, it might not be allowed at all.
Yeah,
And
because I
I
mean
don't
it.
think anyone's really absorbed that possibility at this point.
Yeah, because I mean, she can get on the stand, Dylan can, and the first thing that comes out of Ann Taylor's mouth is, "Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?" And she says, "No." Okay, well, on the night in question or the morning in question, were you under the influence of any alcohol or drugs? And she says yes, or even during the time she gave her statement, she was under the influence of anything. Then more than likely, she's not gonna be credible, because she was under the influence of something. And anything that she said, then I'm sure that his attorney can get that, where it won't be talked about or brought up or anything.
Yeah, well, let's at least hope that if it was a twisted design to be able to go to court and get away with it too, even though you're actually the guy, we'll just pray that that doesn't happen somehow if that's the case. Because,
Yeah.
like you said, I mean, with the holes and the discrepancies and the super tight, like super squeaky tight timeline, like Scarlett was mentioning, how do you manage that? You know what I mean? And like you were saying a little while ago, from the back is a lot easier, and
Hmm.
like, I mean, with presumed innocence, there is an outside chance that Bryan just happened to be in the area, even, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think that the sheath being there either means that he was there, or it means that someone put him there, whichever the case may be,
Right. But
and
somehow that sheath with his DNA ended up in that house, in that room, on that bed beside of two of four victims.
yeah, and that either mean that, I mean, I don't know what for sure that actually means at this point, but I do know that considering, like you were talking about, how is this guy so book smart, but he doesn't have a clue when he gets into the real world. Well, all that evaporates if he doesn't happen to be the guy, and if he's well, like I was saying in my crazy little theory, because it seemed absolutely pretty crazy to me when I first thought of it, even if he's like studying these people as subjects and wanted to get directly involved with doing like a on the ground thesis, so to speak, like even that is possible. And like it seems very unlikely to me, even though I know it is apparently physically possible, that it seems very unlikely to me that, like Scarlett was saying, how does one person pull all of this off? Like,
Right.
it's a very, like, how do you, I mean, like, you can think of things like you could have plastic all over your car, or you could be wearing the overalls that Dickies does make, by the way, that are for like hospital people that don't allow blood to go through your clothes and stuff. They actually do have gear like that. So I was here and I didn't go on a page and look at it myself. But so I mean, there's some things like that, but I mean, that's definitely not sounding like someone that's a first timer to me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like maybe if you've been studying Dexter since you were 5 or something, maybe, but
Yeah, I mean, he could have very easily looked up what he needed, or maybe he got those answers from his little survey thing, where he was asking
yeah,
ex-criminals, like, what did they wear, or maybe he didn't ask even what they wore. I forgot what all the questions were, but maybe one or two of them in their answers gave what they wore.
yeah. And I'm gonna check myself too, like, if like Kopaka is completely uninvolved in this and all of that is all just garbage, which very well may be more than it's not, then I'm sorry for running his name into the situation at all. But I do find it very uncanny that that not only did he personally own a vehicle of similar make and model and year, the exact make and model, not sure about the year and color, but they also lived in close proximity to each other. And like I think that the real answers are in investigating the possible relationships that there may have been, because like Brian, for instance, Bryan wanted to be a ranger. Like he went to the ROTC because he wanted to be a ranger. Well, Kopaka happens to be that ranger, and he probably maybe would have the knife and sheath in question and stuff like that, where it wouldn't be an off-the-shelf model, but a officially stamped and issued military one, which is what they're saying they have. And another thing that just kind of sparked my mind a little bit is, Bryan's supposed to be a hardcore vegan, right? Like to the point where he made family members remove their pots and pans and go get new ones, allegedly.
But he carries a leather knife sheath.
A leather knife sheath, right? And the same company does make a plastic one. Okay. And they've never, they have said that it was military issue. I think, maybe, don't quote me on that, but I don't know if they make a military issued plastic one, but I'm pretty sure that if it was someone like that they would probably have a plastic one, which would also be a lot easier to clean up. But
yeah.
And then the whole timeline thing, like you got, if let's say the original approximate time which was between 3 and 4 a.m., which turned into 4:20 or 4:25 a.m. Between that 4:30 mark and what time the 911 call came through was like 11 o'clock in the morning, correct? Somewhere around there.
11:58.
Yeah, so that's a 7-hour window that anyone had to play with. If we're going to be
Exactly.
completely open-minded about it, that's a lot of time to I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know.
almost a whole day's work. Like people go to
Yeah,
work for 7, 8 hours a day. A
yeah,
lot could have happened in those 7 hours.
yeah, and I've had situations in my life, not similar, obviously, but where like if you got to figure out your story, sometimes you might want to try to get a little help if you can,
Hmm. Oh
and
yeah.
like I feel like that has always been kind of a possibility in itself. And then when the new Banfield stuff came out about, I think it was Banfield, about calling the neighbor over, and having the neighbor come over
Hmm.
and telling them to have a look around, essentially making it to where the one and only witness didn't actually find them. I mean, that's
Yeah.
what I was getting out of it. And I don't know. I mean, if you're if you're frozen in fear, and like I believe that that's a real possibility. I mean, it's even been a real possibility in my mind that maybe both of the surviving roommates were hiding together even, and just decided we're not moving,
Yeah.
and we're gonna stay alive, just whatever. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't see that going from there to I'm gonna go to sleep now and think about it in the morning, number one. And then number two, if that was the case, then why would you call a neighbor over and be like, hey, take a look around for me because I'm still freaked out from last night, if that's true?
Right.
Like,
I don't know. I still don't. If there's a guy in your house 4 something in the morning with a mask, what about him freaked you out so bad that you were in a frozen state of shock and you had to go lock your door?
and then allegedly now,
It's
let's
it's
say she tried to call them or whatever and didn't get an answer or something, I was hearing.
Yeah, that's what was said, that she tried to call all the girls and none of them answered. But now all of a sudden it's coming out tonight that she thought it was party sounds and she was hollering out her door telling them to be quiet and all this and that. Well, which is it? Did she see the dude? He scared her. However, so it was that he scared her and she locked herself in a room, or did she just think that it was a bunch of people over there partying and she was telling them to shut up? Like which? Because
Yeah,
now
exactly.
we're getting two different stories here now. But
And
one
that's
of
that's
them,
what it is with everything
right?
too. Yeah.
But one of these stories is on an actual court documents, where the other one is just coming from a source that's claiming to be friends with Dylan.
Right. Which
So
could be questionable, possibly.
exactly,
Yeah.
yeah,
Because you saw the video, I saw the video. I mean, I couldn't say whether I thought that they were telling the truth or not telling the truth, and it wouldn't be nothing just to put your thoughts out on a quick video, even if yeah, I don't know. Like
exactly.
I don't want to discredit the guy, but I also don't want to credit them either without knowing if they're credible. So I mean, I agree with you 100% on that.
Yeah,
I don't know if I can rule out what they said either, but I can't rule it in. And that seems to be the general case with most of it, to be honest. Because like Bryan does look like he could be the guy, and like age wise, even back to those old ones and everything else, it's still a possibility. But I think that, there should be a way to put somebody somewhere at some point for real.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Emerald Queen,
it's
you and
circumstantial.
Werewolf Queen, have a good night, honey. I'll probably be right behind y'all here in just a few minutes. Okay. I'm just checking back through the chat real quick. My sinuses are killing me tonight.
I hope you feel better soon. I just kind
Thank
of went
you.
through that myself.
Yeah, it's just our weather is crazy here. It's warm during the day and then it's cool at night and all that. So we're kind of like, I call it desert weather.
Yeah, anytime there's like a 20 or 25 degree change, it does that to me too a lot. But I definitely appreciate being here. I appreciate your channel very much.
Oh, well, thank you.
I love the objectivity. I love that you address people as they come in the room as much as you possibly can. And I think
Thank
all
you.
of that is great hosting.
Yeah,
And
I try to make sure that everybody, feels welcome. So, and a lot of times I miss some people that come in and I have to like scroll back through the chat and, find all the ones I missed. So
you're doing an outstanding job.
well, thank you.
That's what's up.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
But yeah, I guess those are my thoughts pretty much at the moment. But yeah, I just feel like something's gonna break though. Something's gonna break, and like
I
you were
hope
saying,
so.
maybe it all makes sense at some point, hopefully. And like
I
I've been
hope.
saying, hopefully everyone, even if it's one person or 10 of them, I hope that they all get got.
Yeah. Anybody that's involved in it. For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm fixing to have to end it here. It's like 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah. Well, God bless all, and thanks again for having me. I was a little shy about pulling the trigger, so to speak.
Now, anytime you want to come up, just let me know and I'll drop a link for you. You're more than welcome to come up.
No, I appreciate that very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Ava, have a good night.
All right. Well, have a good night. I'm
All
not
right,
sure how
thank
to
you.
close out of here. I'll figure it out.
You should just be able to hit. It should say stop cam.
Okay, there
Oh
we go.
no! That would cut your camera on. Hold on, I can remove you. That way you don't hit the wrong thing.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for coming up. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. So y'all, I'm fixing to get out of here as well. It's 3:30 in the morning. I need to go to sleep. So thank you all for coming and hanging out with us tonight. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. And if those court documents, the affidavit and everything is on the website tomorrow, which I pray to the good Lord that it is, then I will have those ready for you. T-Berries, thank you very much. So I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will see y'all tomorrow.